Crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover. It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover, powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, Nick,
Happer.
we're all here. We're inside.
Hello.
And we're warm and we're happy.
Great to
Are
be
we warm?
back.
Great. I'm warm.
I don't know why you wouldn't be.
I'm not chilly.
I'm not warm or cold. I'm just
Chilly.
I exist.
I think that means you're warm then.
Does it?
If you're neither warm nor cold, you're warm.
Interesting.
I mean, you do have
Hard
to
to
be at a
argue.
certain temperature. You know,
Is
you
it
don't
hard to
wanna- You
argue?
don't want to maintain room
I'm not
temperature.
warm, so you can't say that I'm warm if I'm just
But
not
warm is another word for comfortable.
Is
It's
it?
true.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
I mean, our
Like your
internal
house,
temp is
your
98
house
degrees.
is safe
Nick.
and warm. It's comfortable.
Good point.
I've never used warm and comfortable interchangeably like that.
I think that's how it
I always
goes.
thought they were two different
Hard to
things.
argue, as you said.
I said it was hard to argue.
You did say
Nick,
that.
when
Well,
you go
but
to
I've
bed,
also
do you
heard
lay
cool
underneath?
and comfortable in your home. It depends on the season.
Do you lay underneath your blanket
true.
when you go
I mean,
to bed?
Not always. I'm a hot sleeper.
Do you lay underneath your blanket every time you go to
do
bed?
I lay underneath my blanket?
Is there a blanket on you?
Yes.
There you go. So you're warm and comfortable.
Is there?
He just said he's a hot sleeper.
I don't always sleep under a blanket. Sometimes I'm over the blanket.
That's sicko behavior.
Cool your house down.
Well, other people live in that house. I can't just.
Remember,
do it
he
for
has
me.
his own room.
Oh, that's
He
right.
does have his own room.
Not
Do you
bedroom.
have your own standardized heating and cooling system? Like, do you have your own? Can you control
Yeah.
your temperature?
What,
Or
in
is it
what
a-
way?
Is it a house-wide temperature, or
Yes,
do you
it's
have
a
your?
house-wide temperature?
All right, I was gonna say you need your own system. In
Though
there.
there's always rooms that are warmer and cooler than others,
true.
depending on their location.
My
if the
daughter's room
vents
is
are
above the
blocked.
garage. It's cold,
And then
Yeah.
in the summer, it's warm.
and in the summer it's warm.
Yeah, I hate those.
So we got to keep the door open.
Yeah, it sucks.
I
And
can't
then-
believe you gave your daughter the crappy room.
She got last pick.
That's right.
Hard to argue. Hard to argue yet again.
You know,
I'm not arguing.
Praise of the
Mr.
day.
or in this case, Miss Irrelevant doesn't get to choose always.
That's true.
exactly right.
Also,
Now,
she-
she was there
maybe-
last.
Maybe
she didn't
she'll
have
be
dibs.
Brock Purdy. Maybe
she's like
won't.
4 months old. What kind of takes can she really have?
That's true.
What does she think about the playoff?
Mm.
Go ask
Great
her.
question. I don't know. I'll ask her.
Yeah.
She's stoked about Boise State.
What if she was like, I want Alabama? She can't even say
Oh,
words
no.
yet.
But she gives a whole diatribe
He's
about
like, where
why.
are my brands?
Yep, exactly.
you raised an Alabama honk?
Travis writes, cold is just the absence of warmth. So Connor might be onto something.
Thank you.
Mm.
Interesting.
Thank you for agreeing with me.
Star
as
Wars
always.
Fiend says, whoa, what is with all the Scott Frost thumbnails?
That's a good question. What is with all the Scott
Is
Frost?
Frost
I mean,
all over the place
of
today on the
all
zone?
the things
There
that
he
have
is.
happened over the weekend.
It's the funniest thing to talk about.
It is
Well,
really
it's funny, but we kind of knew it was coming. And if there were 15 items that were like I was paying attention to this weekend,
It's like the 8th most important one, maybe.
no, probably like the 1,200.
What's
Whoa!
I don't give a.
Whoa!
You've tweeted
He
about
didn't
it
say
multiple
it.
times, haven't
Ah.
you? You put out the poll question. I didn't put out the poll
I
question.
did put out a poll question because I know it matters to others, not to me.
what I
okay.
think is funny about it
You don't want to
is-
relitigate the whole Scott Frost era? Are you
No.
sure?
There's really nothing to relitigate. I mean, he sucked.
UCF definitely
I
did
mean,
pretty
not.
cut and dry, isn't it?
There's no doubt about that.
Hard
He
to argue.
Sucked
Hard to argue.
here.
UCF definitely did not want him as his first or as their first choice.
Correct.
So this just tells me that they literally could not find anybody else, and I
Mm.
bet that irritates him a little.
I'm looking at the thumbnails. So indeed, our thumbnail.
I made mine today because Josh was gone.
I was
That
going
was
to
a
say,
good
I
thumbnail.
like your thumbnail.
nice.
It's very, he looks so happy.
Thank you.
The sun is on his face.
Thank you. You know what I used to make that?
Canva.
Nice,
More
John.
like
Try it.
Gotva.
What if I would have said PowerPoint? PowerPoint.
That'd be great.
That would have made sense because
I
you have a
think-
lot of other old takes.
I think this should have been our thumbnail.
What's that?
What the hell is this?
on there?
That's Puka taking down a Buffalo and Andy Reid celebrating
Yeah.
his #1 seed.
Josh Allen had 53
Merry
fantasy
Christmas,
points.
Chiefs fans!
Why are you showing a dead bison on the YouTube stream? It's a bison, by the way, not a buffalo.
Whoa.
There's a difference.
How do you know?
I don't give a damn.
Because I went to the
John
nature-
doesn't give a damn about anything.
I don't.
gonna rip damn S.
Yeah.
I'm
F.
gonna rip damn S and celebrate.
Nice.
Yeah, that should have been our thumbnail.
I don't give
But
a
yeah,
damn.
I get why people are interested. I'm not saying you're wrong for being interested. It's just I'm like, now I will admit I did comment after we blocked a punt freaking scored a touchdown, I'd look to my son and said, "Wow, our special teams have magically gotten better."
Isn't that really funny?
That's awesome.
Isn't that really
Now
funny?
they did miss a PAT later, which could have been.
Oh,
good,
bring
but-
him back.
But
Bring him back.
anyway,
Nice.
Yeah. But I think it's sort of interesting to talk about. I am interested. I do care. I do care.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
This will
it's.
be for an interesting show then, because
Yeah.
John just doesn't want to talk about it.
This really is
I didn't
the
say I
last.
didn't want to talk about it. It's just on the list of things that I was interested in this past weekend. That is low.
This
low.
really
Not
is
in the-
his-
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
It's his last. It really is last chance. I think that's the last place that ever would want him. And if he fails there, I think he's just done forever.
As a head coach?
Yes.
Probably, yeah.
I mean, honestly, it wasn't his last chance. It was his only chance. No one else was going to take him as a head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Literally no one else
Yeah, I was listening to a
in
pod.
college.
I think Andy Staples said in passing today, like, he really wanted to get back into head coaching last year and no one was interested. So,
Now he's got some interest.
mm-hmm.
He can go hang out with Mike Bianchi.
That's true.
Did you hear Mike Bianchi had a weird question or two.
Oh,
at the-
no.
Oh, I watched the whole
I
press
thought he
conference.
just had a
What
weird
did he
guttural
What did he
noise.
say?
He made him. Well, he asked a question, and then Frost did. Like, it was almost like he was talking to Sipple for the first time.
Oh,
And he was like,
He said-
"Hi, Mike. Good to see you." And then everyone laughed and laughed and laughed.
Well, that's because
funny.
they did a weekly segment together.
Yeah.
Yeah, we used to play drops
I
from
remember
it.
See, do we have any of the Bianchi
He
drops?
talked about
still?
runs of fries. We do. There's like a laugh where he
Runs
goes,
of fries are
Yeah.
It's, the
It's
str-
Josh's boy Bianchi.
It is the weirdest laugh.
CHI.
B-I-A-N-C-H-A.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Look at you, Happer.
Bianchi.
There we go.
Oh, there we got them all.
Hit me some Bianchi drops.
Hit that first. Just play it first.
I started to get a little emotional.
I saw that.
Huh?
Yeah.
God, I'm such a softy now.
There you go. Look at
I'm
that.
such a softy now.
Is this the laugh?
Huh?
Oh no,
Oh.
that's huh.
This is the
Here's the
laugh.
laugh.
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
What's
There
that
you
one? Oh.
That's just the end of the
It's
laugh.
the end of the laugh. Man,
Way to go.
good stuff,
Our boy Bianchi is back.
folks. We had him on the
Bianchi.
show, didn't we? Didn't
That's
we
where,
have-
yeah, that's where we
Everybody
got.
had
Well, we didn't get
Bianchi.
those drops from it, but yeah, because when
everybody did.
because remember
Talked
we
to
had
Bianchi.
3 months to
He-
prepare for
Was he
Scott
the Hondo
Frost.
Carpenter of UCF?
Kind of.
Yeah.
We had 3 months to get ready for Frost because we knew that. I mean, that train was coming. We
When I-
knew it was going to arrive.
When I was listening to Happer talk about it today and how it was like this confluence of events that got him here, where like going into that season, no one ever thought that would have been on the table, right?
No.
Because they'd come off a 500 season. Nebraska they won 9 games.
Yeah, it was very positive.
And things fell apart so fast. By the point Bill Moose got hired in mid-October, I was like, "Yep, Frost is going to be
It's
the next
over.
head coach."
Yeah.
And it's like that week we were talking more about Frost than we did about Nebraska football.
Somebody said, somebody
People got
replied
so
to my
mad at
tweet
us.
about it and was like, it's so weird, but maybe that is as optimistic as I've ever been as a Nebraska fan, like post whatever, in my
Wow.
in my adult life.
Wow.
That time when he wasn't even the coach.
when he hadn't even coached yet.
Yeah.
That's because the idea of it was
So much better
always
than the
than the
execution.
actual being.
It's like a
of it.
backup
much
quarterback.
Yep.
Wow, great lesson.
Yeah.
It's almost like the backup quarterbacks are worse.
That was such
the
a
irony is Frost was never a backup. Well, he was a backup quarterback that one time when he
That's
got
right.
banned.
People
People forget about that.
Frankie London.
Yep.
That was such an interesting season because there were some listeners who were like, he's not the head coach. Mike Riley's the head coach. Until we get word, Mike Riley will be the head coach in 2018.
Yeah,
and I'm
that's
like,
so weird.
you're an idiot. Like,
Yeah,
I remember
he's definitely
the
not
morning
head
that,
coach.
that I
Yeah.
came in here when Riley was going to get fired. Like, we had talked about it with our bosses. It was a whole plan. It was going to be Damon and I on the air. And I, said something like, I'm headed to the station. We'll be on at some point in time. And someone was like, why do you think it's going to happen today? Like, are you an idiot? How do you exist in society? Of course he's getting fired. Sure enough, he did. And we were here. We were first on the air. It was great.
Yeah.
Now I just stay at home because we have StreamYard.
It was one of the least surprising
Yeah.
mornings.
Remember Bobby D showing up in his
So when I went to the press
Argyle?
conference that
Mhm.
day, and when Moose came up and was like, Mike wants to say some things.
Oh, that was weird, man.
I was like, thank God, because otherwise I got nothing out of this. You know,
Oh,
'cause
really?
Moose went up there and said how the next coach is going to be great and awesome and the best and everything.
Mhm.
You
It's like,
probably
oh, yeah,
know
but
his
Mike-
name.
Mike wants to say some things before he goes. And that's when they asked him, how's it feel to be fired or whatever.
What a question. Oh, that's right. Was that the student reporter?
Yeah.
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 Nice.
Great times.
Great time.
And then a week later, it was a joyous day for all.
Well, until that one moment where we said, "Don't contact my family. I don't want you talking to my family."
That was different.
Should have known right then and there. Yeah, this is not going to go well. I mean,
I don't know if we
a
should
little
have known,
switch.
but-
A little switch went off in the back of my head. Said, "You need to bookmark that moment," and I did.
Yeah.
And lo and
Definitely,
behold,
definitely should have thought, that's weird.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
yeah, on this joyous day, this reunion, this everything's great again, to just all of a sudden just say, "But leave my family alone."
We're not going to talk about it.
And we didn't.
Scott, he just had a kid like months before that, if that.
Yeah.
Nope, we're not talking about it.
Nope.
Not even a little bit.
Not at all.
Anyway, you guys, we'll talk about this plenty.
I
because
can't
it
wait.
was at least
Yeah.
the fifth most important thing that happened this
Yeah. So what
weekend.
were the most important? Rams over the Bills?
Well, yeah, just the NFL in general. I mean,
Tough look for the Bills.
They lost to a good quarterback.
they lost to a great team and a great wide receiver
There you go, Nick. See?
and a great coach.
Dude, Puka's awesome.
Scott Frost.
God, he
That
makes
great
he makes
coach.
one ridiculously stupid catch every game.
It's nuts.
This dude, I'm like,
Yeah, he's a freak.
me like Ipuka.
Me like Puka.
Me like Ipuka.
Make that the thumbnail.
I mean, that was big. Obviously, the Pop Isaacs news was big. The volleyball doing well.
I don't think
They didn't lose a damn set.
Dude,
I don't
we were
think
all
and
wrong.
then, and then Nebraska goes, "Oh yeah, we're going to hold a team to 3 points."
3.
And Creighton says, "Oh,
Three.
we'll hold a team to 7 points." It's just like, come
after
on.
they had,
silly.
incredible. The first 2 sets in that match were,
Or
were
intense.
wild. There was definitely a way they could have lost both of them, and then
Yes.
they just absolutely throttled them in the third.
And it was almost like Ole Miss was like, "We're never going to win." And it's like,
We're done. We're
And
done.
and then Nebraska said, so that was big. Obviously I'm very
Playoff?
thankful. I was very sleepy when I got back from the game on Saturday. And I fell asleep in the second half of the conference championship games,
I did
but
too,
woke up
briefly.
in time to see the end of the
Woke.
ACC.
I made a
Nice.
mistake. I turned my big heater on downstairs and went under the
Warm.
blankie.
Hard to
I
argue.
got way too warm, and I fell asleep for a small portion of the Oregon Penn State game. I was disappointed in myself,
Oh, wow.
and then I woke up at the end.
Yeah.
It was great.
I watched all of it. I watched all the football.
Just in a podcast while you watch the football.
No,
Which book did you finish?
none. No
Hmm.
reading, just ball. Just watching the ball.
Wow.
Watching the Oregon and the Penn
Double
State
speed?
and the SMU and the no, I watched the ball at regular speed
Live?
because I watched it live.
Okay.
Mm.
All right.
It was a great time.
Cool.
I love football. I already miss it.
It's
not
not over.
gone!
I mean, I get it. Your Cowboys are playing tonight, and it feels like
There's
football's
11 games
over,
of
but-
college football left at Matt plus 12 if you count Nebraska's bowl game.
You love counting down to football more than you love football.
Yeah,
That's not true.
I think
You're
that's,
like,
that is
yeah.
a great point.
I love football. What do you mean? I'm
you
sad
like
that football's
the
almost over.
anticipation of the football
The
more
second
than
it
you like the
ends-
football.
Yeah, the second it ends, you're going to be like, oh, can't wait, 100 days.
Well, I mean,
Yep.
yes, I will be excited for next
Exactly.
season, but I'm pumped. I
Why
can't
don't
wait for
you
the
just-
games.
Why don't just pick up your
Great
spirits?
games.
Why don't you start counting down to next season today?
You would get mad at me. You'd say, stop trying to take away my winter.
Well, you are. You're trying to take away my summer again.
nice.
Yeah,
Yeah, I can't take anything away. I don't control the globe. The globe spins like it always does.
You don't
Say
seem
that
like you
again,
like it.
but like Trump.
What?
I don't.
I
Control-
don't control the globe. It's going to spin around. Yeah, it'll be fine.
Perfect.
But
Thank
no,
you.
I love the ball. I love watching football. I love thinking about football. I love listening to radio hosts or podcasters about football. It's a great thing. It's an amazing thing.
Josh wants to stir the pot.
Oh, let's go.
Are we going to talk about the Raiola portal rumors, or do we just want to sweep those under the rug like everything
What's
else?
the Raiola Porter
Yeah,
rumor?
That's what I would ask to Josh. What are the rumors?
Yes.
Is it that like Texas A&M and Georgia want him? Like, okay,
Yeah.
Everybody wants him.
everybody
Yeah.
wants him. Yes. If you have something more on that, then
Yeah.
I'm happy to talk about it. I know teams want him.
I mean, theoretically,
He's
you could,
Nebraska's quarterback.
theoretically, you could say that about every single player, because every single player in college, if they wanted to today, could say, I'm in the portal.
Exactly.
If they want to.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I'm not. If it happens, it happens.
There's
But
nothing.
It's not. I don't think it's going to happen.
Jimmy says, let the whole team leave. Who cares? There you go.
Bad take.
I think
by
that's
Jimmy.
kind of how John feels right now.
Oh, I mean, you have to field a team at some point.
See, I told you.
Kind of. Yeah.
Well, you do. But I mean, all of this is just such nonsense.
What do you think about Juan
It's just-
Soto, John? You have any takes?
Oh, was that in your
man,
top
last night-
5?
Oh, that was in there because last night I was watching a game with a Yankees fan who was very unhappy.
Mm.
He was like, "Why can my team?" He was so.
You
mad.
were watching the game with a Yankees fan?
Well, our usual football watching Christian's friend is a Yankees fan.
Oh, okay. So
And
some
when the
little
news-
pipsqueak.
And he
And so
was
when-
he was complaining about how nothing ever goes right for the Yankees.
No,
Yankees.
You got to remember he's a young, and the Yankees famously haven't won a World Series since he was very, very, very young.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, he's not one of those old hardened Yankees fans who are like, I remember the
Remember
70s,
2000?
and I remember 2000.
Paige hates Juan Soto because he didn't want to be at the Yankees, stay Yankee. He was just chasing money.
That's what John's
Clout
son's
chasing.
friend is saying.
Yeah,
Hmm.
yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. It was going to be one of those two teams.
I kind of thought it was going to be Boston.
No,
Shipping up to
he
Boston.
wasn't going to
Whoa,
Boston.
whoa.
Shipping up to Boston. They don't spend money anymore, Nick.
No,
Yeah.
that's right. They're cheap.
They don't spend money.
There's only
They
about
traded
3
Mookie
teams.
Betts.
There's only about 3
Mookie.
teams that spend money: the Yankees, the Mets, and the Dodgers. That really, really.
Well, the
really
Dodgers spend money, but just later.
So I learned something about what's his name? Steve Cohen.
Cohen.
Okay, so I learned something about this Steve Cohen guy last night because someone was
He's
like,
a weirdo.
well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was like, this is going to be stupid to spend that much money on him, in 10 years or whatever. And he was like, he owns a statue that he paid $90 million for. Do you know about this thing?
No.
He bought this rabbit. Do you know about this? You're
I do.
baseball pilled.
I do know about this.
And you're online pilled. He bought some rabbit. I went and looked it up. I mean, it's shiny. I don't get it.
He bought a rabbit.
I'll show you the picture of it, John.
He
A
loves
rabbit.
to show people how much money he has. It's his
Oh,
favorite thing
okay.
to do.
Okay.
So it is a bunny. It is Jeff Koons bunny sculpture. There it is, John. He spent $91 million on that. Oh, come on. I don't want to have ads. Bloomberg.
Well, I saw enough of
Radio.
it to know, man, what a piece of.
Yeah, look at that.
garbage
90.
is.
No, it's not a piece of garbage. That's a piece of 91 million. So yeah, basically he has lots of money.
So the Yankees spend money, the Dodgers spend money, but
It's his net worth.
the Dodgers spend deferred money.
Yeah.
And the
Mhm.
Mets only spend money because Steve Cohen wants to look cool for his rich friends.
Right.
And that's
Wait, is that true?
yeah.
What a loser.
Yeah,
The
he's a
best
huge
part.
loser.
The best part will be that they won't win any World Series with this.
That is correct.
They will still be the Mets.
Juan
But hey, you know
Soto,
what? Good on him. Good on Juan. Enjoy.
He will definitely
Enjoy being back in the NL East.
He will
I-
definitely assuredly play until he's 41 years old.
Juan Soto, he's
Yes,
Probably
he
going
will
to tear his
definitely
ACL next
fulfill-
year, right?
What?
I said he's probably going to tear his ACL next year, right?
Probably.
I mean, I told my son's friend last night. I said,
My son's friend.
the Mets are known for liking to spend money over a long period of time.
Bobby Bonilla.
Seriously, I thought it
Mhm.
was a joke just
He'll-
because of Bobby
He'll be
Bonilla.
I think Soto won't be on the books as long still as Bobby Bonilla.
yeah. I think
how
after
many years
Soto's,
is
there's
it?
still 5 years left of Bonilla's.
What?
Yeah, it was like
Oh.
2042 or
What?
something like that. Yeah.
How many years are left?
Or
There's-
maybe we're almost done with Bobby Bonilla. I can't remember because we looked it up this summer when it was
Or-
Bobby Bonilla Day.
Maybe it's either there's 5 years left or it will be no. I
No,
think
no,
there's
it
5
ends
years
in
left.
2035.
There you go. So Soto will have 5 more years.
5 more years.
There it is.
Than
Five
Bobby
something.
Bonilla.
And Bobby Bonilla will be 72 years old when that thing hits the expiration date.
I didn't even think to look at the average for that. What's 765 divided by 15?
It's 310.
It's 51
thousand a
million.
game. Oh, million.
It's
Sorry,
51 million a year.
51 million a year.
It's a lot of money.
I think somebody worked it out. He's getting if he plays every game, it's $310,000 or 100.
But he ain't playing every game.
No.
Because nobody plays every game.
I don't care per game.
Hashtag Cal Ripken Jr.
Jed's-
It's just fun to put it in perspective.
Jed points out next season is 257 days away.
I mean, Jed, in fairness, Jed has a countdown for when the season in 2037 starts.
Hard to argue with
So-
that. Plus, we do get Big Ten schedule this week. So
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Wednesday.
this is going to be
Oh,
fun.
yeah.
during the Grum.
Ohio
can't wait
State
till-
gets to play Northwestern, Purdue, Northwestern,
Northwestern.
Purdue.
Yeah.
Penn State gets to play Northwestern, Purdue, Northwestern.
Why does Alabama
we'll
have?
throw in Indiana just to be fun.
Why does Alabama have Mississippi State 8 times on
Yeah.
their schedule next year?
Yeah, their schedule comes out on Wednesday too.
Super funny,
Mm-hmm.
idiots.
We already know. We
Idiots.
already know who the teams are playing, though, right? Because we know who Nebraska's
We
playing.
know who they're playing. We just don't know
Yes.
when.
That'd be funny if they double booked Nebraska. You know, everyone's assuming that the Cincinnati game will be that first weekend Thursday, and then Big Ten says, "No, actually, we want to put the Minnesota game there." They double book.
That's awesome. Great idea. Going back to your countdown to Arrowhead is on. You love the Chiefs.
I think that we should be there. I think the Grum should be there. I think all of us should be there. We should do 12 hours.
We're
from
bringing
Arrowhead.
Tiny Baby Boy.
Imagine the vlog.
Garrett.
No.
Oh.
Well, we haven't.
That would
hired
be
him.
funny if Garrett would
Yeah.
be there.
Yeah, be odd.
Tiny Baby host.
Oh, our new
Yeah.
coworker.
Yeah,
He started today.
He did.
he had a really good Trump
He
impression.
did though, but man, he
did he?
looked a lot like Jimmy.
Really?
Well, I saw that. I mean, when I turned the camera on, I saw he looked a lot like Jimmy. It's like we hired Jimmy's clone.
Nice. That's pretty
oh,
cool.
Oh, there
There
he
he
is.
is.
There
Wait a
he
minute.
is.
Matt.
Just took a little bit.
I
Matt.
was also drinking a beer when I got here.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's allowed?
He and Jimmy shared a beer.
That's allowed?
Yeah, why not?
Oh, okay.
It's just
I mean, it was 9:45.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
yeah, you're in here for the crossover. Headley says Matt has terrible food takes for what it's worth. You guys will get along great with him.
It'll be awesome.
Do we know about his food takes yet?
Yeah, I'm super off the hook. He's a child.
Oh.
It's amazing.
So what
am
does he
old
like?
now?
What does he
and
like?
you all can respect me now.
Nice.
Thank you.
What does he like? What are the foods that he does and doesn't like?
I don't know. He's just a baby.
I just heard the cinnamon and chili roll thing. He's very confused about chili and cinnamon rolls.
Yeah, he
Very
doesn't know how that
confused.
works.
well, he's not of here, right?
Yeah, but he
lives
doesn't
here.
understand the concept of
It's
like
stupid.
how you would eat it.
Yeah, good take. I actually I stand with
Pretty
Matt. on this.
easily.
He's like, well, do you put-
eat chili and then you eat it some cinnamon roll? It's like
See, and
no
I'm a
different
dipper.
than it's no different than the people that have to have
No.
breadsticks with pizza.
I'm a
You eat the
dipper.
pizza and then you eat breadsticks.
He thought there
Whatever.
was like chili inside of the cinnamon
Or
roll.
you
or
get a
something.
Okay,
spoonful
that's
of chili and you
hilarious.
put it on top.
I don't know. I don't want to speak on a
all right,
turn. I don't know.
Are people this confused with hamburgers and French fries? Okay, how am I supposed to do this?
Well, they go
Eh.
together.
It's called one is a entree, one is a side.
Isn't it nice when we get a new coworker who comes in and just says stuff and it's like, awesome. I don't have the dumbest opinions about food
Yes!
anymore.
Why
I'm
do we
off
keep
the hook.
hiring people that are worse than us?
Was he
It really is
anti?
wild.
Was he anti mac and cheese and chili?
Um,
Because that's a bad take.
yeah, he was saying how people are putting chili in the mac and cheese, and he wasn't necessarily supportive of that.
Okay.
I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't. He could speak for
Oh,
himself.
he's also never
He's
seen
an adult.
Napoleon Dynamite.
That's right.
I mean, he's young. That's like not of his age.
Yeah, but that just feels like one of those movies, I guess.
You hadn't seen The Godfather until like 2 years ago.
Yeah, but even then, people were like, "Whoa, you've never seen The Godfather."
Exactly, but that's The Godfather. The point I'm trying to make is that Napoleon Dynamite is not one of those movies. No. It's funny. I like it.
He didn't know who Uncle Rico was.
That's pretty wild, though. That he wouldn't know that character. I could throw the ball over the
mountains.
I've been with my soulmate.
I mean, in fairness, I would have had to think about it for a minute.
We were one state.
Napoleon
No
Dynamite.
doubt.
Yeah,
my
I've
mind.
never seen it.
Really?
No.
Movie Club. Oh, hey, that's a reminder. Movie Club this week.
What are we doing?
Schaefer is picking it, and of course, he's a company man because he's filling in for John. So we're going to Paramount.
Alabama John.
We're going to Paramount Plus,
Paramount Plus.
and we're watching the 2010 version of True Grit. We did the original.
Which
Great
means
movie.
we've now seen both, or
Yeah.
you will have seen
Great
both.
movie.
Yeah,
Interesting.
So
So
I
are we
thought
going
that
to do
movie-
the same thing with the Bad News Bears?
we could.
Nice.
Oh, and then we could do the football movie. We could do the Adam Sandler,
We're
the
never
funnier,
gonna do
The Adam
longest-
Sandler
never
Longest Yard?
Yes, so
No,
much
we're
funnier
never-
than the
Great
original.
Oh, it is not funnier than the original.
Yes, it is.
First of all,
What
the
else is in
original
it?
wasn't necessarily meant to be overly funny, but it was just such a better movie.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that the new version of True Grit was pretty good. I liked it.
I've only seen it once. It's been a long time. It's been like the year it came out. So this will be the first time in like 15 years.
It's got Matt Damon, doesn't it?
Does it?
Isn't he the
Damon.
He's the guy. All right, hang on.
No,
I've never seen it.
What's his name? Jeff
Yeah,
Bridges.
yeah, but
Jeff
also
Bridges.
Matt Damon.
Really? He was in that?
Matt Damon just kind of shows up in things sometimes.
Does he?
Yeah.
I thought he was kind of calculated about the things he shows up in.
It features Matt Damon.
Interesting. Okay.
I am correct once again. And then the little kid is Haley Steinfeld, now engaged to Josh Allen.
Whoa,
Oh.
full circle.
I didn't know that.
Too bad she had to get engaged to a loser.
Tee
Am I
that
right?
one up for you, John.
Hey, look at all my stats. But you lost.
I'm just happy that Josh gave me 53 fantasy football points yesterday. Thank you,
did,
Josh.
He did give a lot of people some fantasy points.
Alan,
He gave me 53 fantasy football points yesterday.
You don't get docked for being a loser.
No, you don't. It's great.
Thank God I didn't go with my backup quarterback, Caleb Williams.
Oh,
That would have
boy.
been bad.
Yeah.
Boy,
Why is he still on my roster?
I had to admit, I was laughing heartily when I opened up Twitter during one of the breaks in the Rams game, and I saw that the yards were like San Francisco 300 and
Two.
the Bears 2, and I'm like, oh, the Omaha folks are going to be so happy they got this game.
Yeah, a lot
And
of people are
of all
mad.
teams, San Francisco, who's just been a disaster lately. I mean,
Yeah.
rough.
Yeah, not great.
Rough.
Not great at all. Jed, by the way, John, 4,646 days until college football in 2037.
Okay.
So the countdown is
Yeah,
also
but Jed
on for
is
that.
like a real sicko.
What am I?
What's beyond football pervert?
Yeah,
That's Jed.
That's what Jed
He's
is.
beyond pervert.
He's in jail.
He's in jail.
I can think of someone else who's in jail.
He's like
Oh,
he's like
Oh,
he's
no,
like Diddy, right?
I thought of the answer,
Sure.
but I can't. I don't know if I should
Jed
say
Diddy of football.
Who do you want to say, Nick?
Jed Diddy.
Well, it's along those lines.
A lot
I
of
was gonna use
videos.
the
a lot of
other
films.
one.
The other one.
Yeah.
Oh, the guy who's dead?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Damn it!
I was thinking about
Oh,
like Capper's microphone.
It happened again.
Connor broke his mic.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Nice.
I didn't see it.
All right,
Wow.
we'll find it.
Awesome.
Now I'm holding a microphone.
Holding
Nice.
his
The way
mic.
God intended.
That's right. We should all just have headsets, probably.
Yeah.
What if we all just wore headsets with microphones?
To do our show
That way we could
That would
use
sound
our
bad.
hands.
at
We could
home,
use-
at the office?
well, we can use our hands with these. By I mean, they
I
usually.
can't
no,
imagine-
John, that one, it syncs constantly.
It's low T.
Yeah.
It's a low T mic.
Just give it a couple minutes and the
Well, but that one keeps shorting out.
Yeah, had to get my new red
Interesting.
cord.
sounds like headsets would fix all this. We
No,
all
but then we'd have to
headsets.
wear headsets.
And it would sound
Can you imagine
bad.
doing a
It would
daily
sound
radio
horrible.
show wearing a headset?
Yeah,
Well,
it
some
wouldn't be good.
headsets
I
would-
would not support
Depends
it.
on the headset.
I wouldn't like it.
I would tell to get different things probably.
I would say, can we have an actual microphone,
Yes,
please?
Yes.
Why don't we get them?
Bosses.
Why don't we get them funky things that T Swizzy wears? The little headset thing.
The monitor?
Like-
the in-ear monitor?
You talk about like tape
Yeah.
to your
Oh.
face.
Yeah, that thing.
Like in sync.
I mean,
good
like
back
you're
in the
doing
day.
a
Unless-
speech
I mean, I'm
somewhere
assuming
about
those work
wealth.
really well because they actually sing into those at a concert.
church.
Unless you're alluding to the fact that they don't actually sing, that it's all fake.
I like
Is this what
these
you're
microphones.
saying?
These
Well, it's
mics
not
are
a Milli
great.
Vanilli situation.
These mics sound awesome. Hello.
They do
Well,
sound
they
great.
do, but can't we get
Hello.
those same things?
Hello.
Unfortunately, our tower fell over today, so.
I don't
You
think
know?
that was our tower.
Oh, really? Okay.
It was just a tower.
Mm.
Thank you for
We have that video.
clarifying.
We have that video. Stay tuned.
We
For
do.
ZoneTV.live.
Yep.
It's a good video.
Mm-hmm. We have
The
lots of
tower
videos.
You know what-
fell.
you know
John
what?
sent me 3 videos
I
today.
did.
He was
There
like,
was a lot of
upload this,
stuff.
upload this, upload
There's
this.
a lot of stuff.
Mhm.
I told you there's a lot of things that rated ahead of Scott Frost.
Just we have to keep aware of where chance is when you talk about the tower falling.
Oh, no.
Oh,
he's
there he
already-
is. The
yeah.
tower fell over.
There he is.
Mhm. Jordan says, get mics that clip to your shirt.
There you go, lapel mics like Disco Bobby D.
A little bit of
Wow.
lavs, some lav action.
That would be weird. Like, I guess
Just
I don't
have
know.
free range of movement. We could do shows from outside.
But
Just
again,
walk around.
then when you go potty,
Why don't we just hold the tiny baby mic?
turn it off on the
Exactly.
board.
Yeah.
Why do we? Yeah, we could just all take walks around the beautiful Dundee neighborhood and do shows the whole time. That'd be great.
I don't think that sounds great. I like having a microphone.
You like
And-
being warm and comfortable.
And yes, and headset, but not a microphone on the headset because that'd be weird.
Hey, well, somebody better fix
Only
these.
when we do shows on the road. Only when we do shows on. Oh, Carson says preacher mics. Yeah, the ones that like are your skin tone. They're just
that's
gonna
what
put
I
in.
said.
saying.
That's what I
Yeah.
said.
Oh, is that what
That's
Nick was
the
talking about?
concert
That's what
mic.
John was talking about.
Yeah.
Debo says Price is Right mics.
That'd be funny.
Oh, the giant stick.
Hello.
the
The
very
long skinny stick.
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, but that'd be annoying. I wouldn't want to hold darn thing.
I think it'd be a fun bit for a day. Maybe I could just be the one holding it, so then I could just extend it to you and extend it to you.
You would be annoyed after the first 3 minutes.
Ian says, let me know if you ever want to talk microphones. Ian could help us out.
Why don't we just set up boom mics in here, and then we have no microphones?
Oh, that'd
Let's
be
get
fun.
to old timey ones, the big circular
Oh,
ones.
I like
that
those.
have like NBC.
KOZN?
Yes.
That would be cool.
And then we could all start talking like this.
Hey, everybody.
The playoff, they got it wrong. I'll tell you why next. That'd be fun.
Playoff? There's no such thing. We allow the people to vote for the champion.
What's the market for Walker Bueller?
Oh, that was actually a
Yeah.
topic. I was like, wow, where'd you think of that, Nick?
Well,
Good
I mean,
job.
he probably has thought about it. Nick is a baseball fan.
I do.
I
Like
don't think he
baseball.
thinks about that, though.
I have not thought about Walker Bueller one bit.
The market for Walker Bueller.
I'm worried about whatever the hell it is the Rockies are going to try to do.
Answer, nothing.
was gonna
Nothing.
say-
That is the answer.
What are
If
they
you're a
doing?
bad team, your team's doing nothing. That's the story.
Yeah. Or you're playing poor like the
Everyone
Cubs.
else in the
Oh, we can't
NL West
afford
is like,
anything.
we're going to make a good signing. And then the A's are like, we're going to make a good signing. We don't have a field, but we have a roster. The Rockies are like,
They have one Luis Severino. Yeah. No.
Mhm.
Nope. All right. Well, you guys enjoy the rest of your afternoons. We'll try and find this nut. Oh, there it's right behind
oh,
you.
you found the nut?
Yep.
Hang on. Catch.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome.
Good nut catch.
Thank you.
Nice.
Plug this back in.
You want me to turn you off, or I think
Yeah,
it'd be
just
fun if
wait-
we were
Oh
just
no, I
silent.
want to hear the
Yeah.
the
Oh,
sounds
really?
of the.
Let's just be quiet.
Let's
and-
see.
ASMR.
And that's kind of quiet. Kind of quiet.
Yeah, there's no noise happer.
Oh,
I thought there'd be more noise.
wow.
And we're back.
All right.
Wow.
Never went away.
That was uneventful.
Sorry.
Yeah, that was uneventful.
That's what she said.
I was kind of hoping it'd be like a boom, 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 one of those things. Kind of like when you
Yeah.
do this, but
Nice.
nothing. There was
Stop,
nothing.
stop playing with the muff.
Careful,
John.
then.
Yeah, you
The
don't
muff is
break the
tough.
mic.
See, tough muff, very tough muff, extremely tough muff.
John Bishop here for Tough Muff.
That
Folks,
would be a great
That sounds
company.
like something you'd wake up at 3 a.m. and see an infomercial for.
Tough Muff?
Yeah.
Not a bad
Get
idea.
the
Thinking-
tough muff.
I'm thinking like the pad, the those,
ShamWow.
those, what are those things called on the backs of like the tires of cars, that the flaps,
The mud flaps?
The mud flaps.
You didn't know they were called mud flaps.
You know those flaps?
I've never owned a truck before.
Well, neither have
You
I,
don't
but
need
I
a
know
truck
they
for
were called
mud
mud
flaps.
flaps.
Mud flaps.
I think
Mud-
you could just
Tough
put
muff.
mud flaps on
Tough
everything.
Muff Mud Flaps. You can get them at toughmuffmudflaps.com.
.com.
Oh, that is a
Nice.
good
Use
name.
promo
That is good.
code ZONE.
It wouldn't be a promo code. It'd be call now because those are for the olds at 3 a.m.
Oh,
for
they
some
got to
reason.
sell it on the internet too, Nick.
Listen,
It's the
I
as
don't
seen
want
on
to
TV
hear.
aisle, not the
I don't want to hear
internet
any
aisle.
more about disrespecting the old. So there was
How
a
come?
gentleman who was standing behind us during post game on Saturday, who had his phone up to his ear. He was streaming our post game show.
Oh, he's like 40 seconds behind.
No, it was more like a minute and 40 seconds behind. In fact, he said something during the break saying, "How come you guys are like 90 seconds behind?" I said, "Well, that's how it works."
Yeah.
But he was so wanting to hear what Jason Green was saying
Jason Green.
that he dialed it up on his phone, but he was
Dialed.
also standing like literally from me to Connor.
That's what that
Right
guy
behind-
was doing?
Yes,
Oh,
he,
I
was,
thought- I
he
think-
was listening to the post game
I
show.
didn't know that.
I thought you were gonna like say he complimented our show and said he's a big fan.
He just wanted to listen.
yeah, I don't
No,
care.
I had no.
Don't care.
This had to do about
Wow,
technology.
don't care. Oh, okay, I see.
That's why. Yeah, it had to do with
Well,
the
it
old.
was-
I helped my grandpa download the 1620 the Zone app when I was in Denver. He's like, "How do I listen to your show?" So I downloaded the
Grandpa,
Zone
we
app
have an
for
app.
him. Yep, and I was like, "So for you, it's 1 to 5 because they're in Mountain Time."
Mm.
There you go. So maybe he's listening right now. Hi, Grandpa.
Hi, Josh's
Welcome
grandpa.
to the app.
Grandpa Jim.
Do we call you Grandpappy Jim?
Nope, you just call him Grandpa.
He's about to start wondering why he hears all this weird sounds.
I have a grandpa,
Music.
though. I can't call him Grandpa.
in the break.
Interesting. You can call him Jim.
There's a guy who emailed us this morning
Hmm.
who wanted to know the name of one of the generic production guitar songs we have in the online stream.
That's awesome.
He's like, it rips. I want
That one?
Nebraska football to play it during commercial breaks.
wow.
What's the song? I'm like, I don't know, dude.
Sorry, I
It's
got
just
nothing
there.
for you.
You think Nebraska, who still uses the same bad intro from a 1982 song?
That's 82.
Yeah.
Wow. That's 42 years ago.
So it was 11 years old when they broke it up for the first time. Is going to
Yikes.
change anything?
Wow.
Yikes.
The Alan Parsons
I
Project.
mean, at this point, I'm surprised that they don't have more Glenn Miller band music going on.
Nice.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
the football games.
Tough muff.
Tough muff.
Tough muff,
Get your
mud
tough
flaps.
Nice.
Get your tough muff here.
ToughMuffMudFlaps.com.
That's actually it's a great name.
It is.
Thank you. You guys were yelling at me because I didn't know what mud flaps were.
It was
Thank you
funny.
for the title of the segment.
Is that what we're going to call it?
Tough muff.
Tough
Yes.
muff mud flaps.
Chance writes, "Hey, Josh's grandpa, I have this bit where I make fun of a specific American plane-based tragedy. Grandpa, I can confirm."
And he ain't talking about Amelia Earhart.
Nice. Good
Grandpa might
reference,
like it.
John.
Or
Grandpa might
Marshall.
like it.
Or Marshall. That's true.
No, that's Scotty's.
What about the plane crash with the where they ate each other? Were they from Brazil?
what? That was
You don't know the soccer team?
that wasn't an American.
I know, that's why I
tragedy.
asked. Or are they from Brazil? You don't know about this?
Isn't that just the plot of Yellow Jackets?
Kind of. Which I'm out on that show. I'm not watching season 3.
Yeah.
Season 2 sucked.
There wasn't enough murder.
Paige had the same thought. She watched
It was
season
so,
1.
so
She was out after season
boring.
2.
It was so stupid. They started eating each other, but it just wasn't very good, John.
What are you looking up?
I have to join a meeting. I have a meeting.
You
Okay,
have a
bye-bye.
meeting?
Bye,
I have a
Happer.
meeting, yeah.
For what?
It's just a meeting.
Oh, okay.
Okay. It's just a meeting.
All right.
Get
Well,
over it. It's a
Nick, we're
meeting.
going to break.
We're
I'm
going
not
to
good
break.
with technology.
Great crossover.
Back
Powered by
after this.
Everlevel Concrete Repair, Noma on everlevelconcrete.com.
1620 the zone.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Oh my goodness! It's Monday. We're back.
God, it's good to be back.
We're here.
Only 2 weeks left in the year for our show.
I can't wait to break down the Juan Soto deal and what that means for MLB as a whole.
Stay tuned for content.
Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 the zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Derek Shelton looks like the exact kind of person I would picture who owns the Pirates.
Because he kind of
Well,
looks
he
like a
doesn't-
grown-up,
the
clean
funny-
pirate.
Here's the funny thing: he
No,
doesn't.
he
doesn't
looks
own them. He manages.
or manage it.
Yeah.
He looks like he belongs there. Is what I'm saying.
He doesn't look like a pirate.
Like if you
If a
told
pirate
me,
cleaned up.
if you told me he was managing the Pittsburgh Pirates, I would be like, yeah, he's got that vibe about him. He's
Yeah.
got a Pittsburgh vibe.
Does he? Okay.
William writes in, doesn't Rule need to name a big-time DC to stop the bleeding? No. That's not why players are going to the
Well, they
portal.
tried to get Scott Frost, but he accepted his job at UCF.
He's an offensive guy, though, Nick.
The portal. The portal. Oh my God! It's the portal.
The portal day, John. The portal is here. Nick's making graphics. You're making graphics. It's
I'm
the
trying to
Grum
make
Down
graphics.
brought to you by the Roofery's of John Higgins Weather Guard. You're trying. You're doing a great job.
I hope mine's updated. I hope I got
Well,
everybody.
John has the list of players.
Well, we'll share it in a minute.
Yep.
But we're also in a New York state of mind.
Why? Is that a baseball reference? No. We are
It's a
not talking about New York.
song.
You've
reference.
never heard Billy Joel?
Yeah.
I'm in a New York.
Yeah, but
state
we're not
of
talking
mind.
this. Did he die? We're not talking about Billy Joel today, are we?
Oh, we're talking about baseball.
Josh,
Yankee
Josh,
Stadium.
Yeah.
what have Nebraska and Nebraska fans
Oh,
been
yeah.
pining
Nebraska.
about forever? Oh
They're-
my God! If we don't play the ball game,
they're
we're going
going-
to die.
They're going to New York.
Exactly.
I honestly forgot about that for 5 seconds.
And now everyone's like, I don't want to go to New York. Why are we going to New York? Even though we warned you, we said it was going to happen.
We said it's going to be chilly.
And I also warned you
It's
that
gonna
we
be
were going to
pricey.
get 2 more full weeks full of.
I don't know.
I
Practice?
don't
2 weeks full of poop?
crying.
Who are they
complaining.
playing?
Oh, Boston College! I don't believe it.
There you go.
I tweeted
Nice.
that out yesterday when it. You know what? I have the video. We'll get it uploaded. We can play it every day for the
No, we're not playing it every day. We have you. We
Phelan's
don't-
at the bottom of
we
that
don't- we
pile.
don't need to hear drunk Brunt
Messburger.
That's bizarro.
That
version.
can be
I'm
your.
Brunt Messburger.
That can be the name of your impression of Brent Musburger.
I don't.
Brunt Messburger.
Burt Meat Castle.
Brunt Messburger.
John, I actually don't hate that idea.
Okay, it's a good idea.
Don't hate that idea.
We've got the SEC's airing of grievances, because Festivus is coming.
We're a bunch of babies at the bottom of that pile.
Weekend hoops. There were some good and some bad.
Yeah, it was mainly bad.
I mean, yeah.
It's mainly bad.
There's quite a
news.
bit of bad.
It was mainly bad news.
The weekend volleyball had no complaints.
No, well, none of us got a predictions point.
Yeah, I got to complain about that.
Yeah, you picked one. I picked two. What did you pick? How many
picked
sets?
5.
Ha! You're an idiot.
Yeah.
And the answer was actually 0.
0.
I figured, over a course of multiple games.
Nick, turn up the studio real fast. The little here we go.
Boston College, I don't believe it.
Hell
I mean,
yeah!
listen to him slurring
Boston
his words.
College, I don't
can
believe
use
it.
another old fashioned.
Boston College, I don't believe it.
Game, damn it.
What else do we got? Jack Mitchell, he's in the green room.
Yep.
Jack, he teased me with a little topic alert for today's segment.
Wait a minute. No. He's only allowed to bring up topics for the summer, which he failed to deliver
He
on
has
last summer.
multiple summers in a row, but
It's unbelievable.
apparently he has the fix to bowl season. He has a.
Wait a minute. I thought
A
the bull
fix-
season was fine, and his.
I know he's always like, oh man, I wish there were 8 billion bowl
Exactly.
games. I wish I could watch so many bowl
why,
games.
why does it need to be fixed if
Well-
in his world it's not broken?
We'll find out in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
I'm fascinated to hear about.
Yeah. I don't believe it. That's what we'll say.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic. will be
Nice. Good
along.
get, Nick.
Thanks. It was really hard.
Nice.
Juan Soto is a very rich man.
Mm.
And
And
even though the Husker season is on pause,
Yeah.
the Scarlet
Idle.
and the Cream are not. We're doing an NFL edition of the Scarlet and the
oh,
Cream.
I have to make another cream team.
No, you can just add players to the cream team.
But on the NFL? But they're all Nebraska players on the cream team.
Well, not
I
anymore,
can't
Nick.
Not
throw-
anymore.
Not as of 5:10 today.
I
Now,
just
if
can't
you made us limit the Scarlet and the Cream NFL
black.
edition to just Nebraska players, we're very limited.
Well, no.
Because I'm trying to think, did any Nebraska players have any impact on a game this week? I didn't see the Bucks game,
John,
so I don't know,
I don't know if Amir
uh,
did anything.
I can't just
Oh,
put
Trey Palmer?
Puka Nakua in the Nebraska graphic.
Yeah,
for
you can. Sorry. It's
That's not
now
how
the
that
Well,
works.
you can.
it's the cream team. The graphic does not say the Nebraska
Oh,
cream team.
Can you imagine if Nebraska had Puka Nakua?
Remember, my
Well, we
dad
can't
was
say
on the
Because
cream.
A,
My
he
dad
can
made it.
catch, B, he can block.
Yeah,
My-
but it
My
was
dad
all
didn't
for-
go to Nebraska.
It was all for Nebraska related things that everybody made the cream team.
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, the cream team's about Nebraska stuff.
Not anymore.
Man.
Yeah, we just
It's the same graphic, Nick. You just get to add Puka to it.
yeah, just add Puka and whatever else we throw up in there.
Dak Prescott.
He's not
Put Dak on the cream team.
He's not on anybody's team. He's
He's on the hurt team.
he's
right
on the
now.
hurt team.
He's on the IR,
Yeah.
injured reserve team.
Yeah, he is.
Not great.
The team.
The team.
Brunt Messburger.
Brunt
Boston
Messburger.
College. I don't believe it.
That's,
All right, Brent.
That's David Lee Musburger.
David Lee.
Boston
Oh,
College.
Boston College. I don't believe it. Phelan's at the bottom of that pile.
And it really wasn't a pile. He got it, and then
Yeah, he was over there.
Yeah,
You know the story about how he figured out who it was is his spotter, who was the guy who did updates for ESPN for years. He was a Boston College grad, and that was his spotter. So he knew that it was Phelan. He was like, "It's Phelan." And Musburger-
incredible. There was a story.
Messburger was
There
like,
was
"Ah."
a story about the spotter he had for the Nebraska game that
Yeah.
he chewed him out for some reason.
No, oh, really?
Yeah.
Is this true?
Yeah.
Oh, is that why you hate Brent?
No,
Okay.
no, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
I was in high school at the time.
I don't know this story. All right.
Yeah,
Can't wait for
that he
break.
was kind of a D to him.
Oh, that's too bad.
I
That's a
mean-
bummer. I always like
that
when
kind of happens when you're on the sauce.
Yeah, I like when I meet famous people and they're nice. Like I met Mark
I'm-
Helfrich one time and he was like, "Hi, I'm Mark. Nice to meet you." I'm like, "I know who you are, Mark. I cover college football."
Oh, then
you
he
got
thought-
fired by Oregon.
And then he thought, wow, you're kind of a D.
No,
Because you're like, I know who you are.
I didn't say that to him. I thought it. I said,
Oh.
"Hello, I'm Josh."
Hello.
Hi.
And you know what? To come full circle, even though he's not on the graphic, that was Scott Frost's last game as a head coach because he got fired 12 hours later.
People forget.
Yeah.
It was.
Yep.
Well, I guess that leads right into it. I mean, I did ask a question last night because I noticed a lot of people were
A lot of opining.
a lot of opining and a lot of positive opining
Yes.
about Scott Frost being back in the game at Central Florida. That's right. I'm calling them Central Florida
Oh, they don't like
just
that.
to trigger them.
I didn't know they didn't like that.
Oh, they don't.
Stupid.
They only use our abbreviation.
Yeah.
Which is why I also wrote it out in the poll question. Will you be rooting for Scott Frost as he runs it back at Central Florida?
Mm.
60, we'll round it, 62% say yes.
Wow.
Only 38% say no.
Mm. I'm surprised you didn't make the third option. Don't care for people like
I
you.
wanted an absolute.
Okay.
I
at least-
wanted an
only
absolute.
Sith.
Yep.
I
and
mean,
John.
honestly, if I either answer, I would pick no.
You're not rooting for him?
It's not so much rooting for him or rooting against him.
I think I want him to fail.
Nice, Nick.
I mean, there
I
is
think
Look
that's
at
what I
that
want.
opinion.
there is a part of me that wonders if because you know this is going to happen. And we'll talk about this, I'm sure, with Jack coming up. But if he has success, and I'm not even saying have the kind of success he did in 2016, but if he
Even
has
if they're
some
like a regular
success-
bowl participant.
yeah, or if he's like an Arizona State or an Iowa State and they play in Dallas for the conference championship, that they're and assuming that Nebraska continues to just kind of meddle along, that there will be a lot of folks who will be like, well, then the program's cursed. The job's too tough.
Oh, see,
There's too much stuff.
I was going to say, yeah. Is that a definitive answer that the problem is not the coaches, it is the university itself?
No,
would be
because
that would be the take.
that would be the take, but that would also absolve Scott Frost from being the problem
Correct.
when he was here.
Which would be incredible because we know a lot of things that Michael's video detailed a lot of things
Have
that
you
were problems.
seen Michael's video? We should send that to the UCF fans.
Do it.
Oh,
Send
hey,
the video
UC
down to
hey,
UCF.
UCF fans, have
or
you seen
sorry,
this?
Central Florida.
Find the Central Florida message boards and just post
Just post it. Have you seen this video?
I saw an opinion, because many people opined here locally, that the Frost legacy is hard to define.
It is.
And I said it may be complicated, but it's actually very easy to define.
That's people. Sorry.
No,
is
go
this
ahead,
something
go ahead,
for
no,
later?
go
I was just gonna say
No,
that
go
is
ahead.
people still being so confused and baffled by him failing and not wanting to actually say what it is, and that it was a failure.
Yeah.
It's not complicated, or it's complicated. It's not hard to define though. It's
No.
super easy.
Yeah.
He was bad.
I mean, we talked about it a lot.
Did we cover him?
But just the general scope of the Frost Nebraska relationship, which dates back to
the 90s,
to his childhood.
Yeah, it goes before he even came to Nebraska.
Because he's literally the offspring of Huskers. His mom and his dad, who were
Nice.
both very respectable athletes, especially his mom.
Yeah.
And both great coaches at the high school level. I mean, he was, I guess, in some ways, kind of the Luke Skywalker. You know,
His mom is, or he is.
he is.
Oh.
Though that would
I
then
was gonna say,
that would then imply that Larry was, Anakin, and that's not true. But you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He was like the chosen one.
Mhm.
He was the chosen one from day one. Tell me if you agree with this.
Okay.
He was loved
Yep.
because he was one of us.
Mhm.
He was hated because he left us.
Yep.
He was challenged because he returned.
Mhm.
He was celebrated because he won.
Mhm.
He was ridiculed because he spoke out. Talking about when he spoke out during the Callahan years.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He was watched closely because he's one of us.
Mhm.
He was coveted because he represented hope.
That's a commandment. You're not supposed to do that.
He was given carte blanche because we were desperate.
Mhm.
He was given benefit of the doubt because he was one of us.
Yeah.
He was hated again because he blew the opportunity, and now he is loved again because he is one of us.
Jack Mitchell says, "Is this a poem or
that's
is this
kind
a
of
wedding
like
toast?"
the Scott Frost poem,
Yeah.
honestly.
Yeah.
But that kind of
It always comes
that's
back to
kinda
that
his-
line.
That's
because
his
he was
timeline.
one of us.
Because he's one of
Fix
us.
that up in your not Canva and then post that somewhere.
Oh, there
John.
you go. There you go.
That's nice.
But that's, I mean, it's complicated.
Mhm.
It's complicated, but it's not hard to define.
No.
And it's also very easy to understand why it didn't work.
Mhm.
Now, maybe, and some of the reason why it didn't work out was because of the storyline,
Mhm.
but a lot of it was in him.
He is not blameless.
No,
The university is not blameless.
No.
But he is not blameless.
no.
You have to take some of that on
Right.
your own.
I mean, because I mentioned, the results of the poll saying, it's interesting because if you'd have done the same poll about, Bill Callahan's gone on to done a lot of different things, but people were not, I didn't
Riley.
see a lot of people rooting for him saying, oh man, I'm glad to see Bill Callahan's doing well with the Tennessee Titans or the Raiders or he wasn't with the Raiders after Nebraska, but the Cowboys, the Washington Browns, all the different teams he was with, because he wasn't one of us.
Mhm.
But Callahan did more for Nebraska than Frost. Frost did less with more than any other coach in modern Nebraska history.
Mhm.
Less with more.
Oh yeah. Inarguable.
But it's a complicated but easy to understand legacy.
Mhm.
Jack Mitchell will join us next. And
Awesome.
we will we'll find out what topic,
He's going to fix Bulls. I didn't think that they needed fixing in his eyes.
because they're perfect and lovable in every way.
Not apparently anymore.
I guess not.
Find out.
When did they get broken? Because Nebraska has to go to cold, frigid New York?
Interesting.
Wonder if they'll have like a nor'easter during it and it can be snowing.
That'd be pretty funny.
That would be
Because
fun.
I'll be at home, comfortable and warm.
Ditto.
16:20
the zone.
from Stephen Berries. Praying one day Big Red will win the NIT.
Ham is the water of meats.
Ham the water of me.
Ham is the water of meats.
Someone needs a bacon.
Are people still arguing about Dylan in the YouTube comment
Well, I'm
section?
confused. Jack, you've been online a little bit more than I have.
Yeah, you usually
today.
stir up the pot on our YouTube comment section.
Jack, what's up with the Miami stuff? Because I read the 24/7 story, and the paragraph does not mention Miami. What's going on here?
Well, I don't have access to read the article, so I don't know what the article says exactly.
No, you just see it for the pictures. Okay.
Nice.
I just read it for the All-American football team.
The All-American team.
They wrote that Raiola is someone several teams are keeping an eye on as a portal candidate per multiple sources across various fronts. There's been some worry around Nebraska he may depart. And then it just gives his bio. You know, hey, he was a 5-star. He was for this. He was for that. Him leaving would likely be because his camp wants to see him compete for a national contender rather than it being a decision motivated by money. Miami is not mentioned a single time, though, in that paragraph. So that's why I am wondering, where is the Miami stuff coming from?
Well,
I don't know. I thought it was in the body of the article, and I just hadn't seen it because I'm a cheapskate.
Nice.
And I'm not. I usually subscribe to the Miami. Where's this 24? You say 24/7 or on 3?
Yeah.
Like the
24/7.
national one?
Yeah, this is a national story.
Can you subscribe to the national one? How does that work? Do I get that
If you
with Mike
get a
Schaefer?
if you get a 24/7 sub, you get everything.
You get Mike Schaefer and everything? Or
And
is there a just Mike Schaefer package that you can get? Because that's all I want.
I think
That's the one Shelby got.
the joke that I was going to make. Shout out Hudson coming upon a year.
That's right.
On the earth
That's
in
right.
February.
That's right.
Or January. Happy birthday.
Well, listen.
I don't know what's
Dylan,
happening.
if
He's
you're
not
listening-
leaving. He's
Dylan,
not
if you're
leaving, is
listening,
he?
if you're thinking about Miami, remember the guy who's funding all their stuff is in a Ponzi scheme, so you don't want any of that money.
Nice.
I would have thought if Miami was going off anyone on Nebraska's roster, he wouldn't have been one of the first 3 that I thought of, to be honest.
Yeah.
Dylan?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, I would think thought they would maybe call Ja'Cory Barney, Shavers,
Exactly. Good point.
someone whose dad played there. Anyway.
Nice.
That's very good. So did you like my Scott Frost poem? It wasn't even intended to be a poem, but
It was weird. Did you write that?
yeah, I just off the top of my head.
It sounded almost like it could have been like that like 90s beatnik poetry that they used
Could
to
be.
do at coffee houses.
Yeah.
Woman.
Yeah, I was enjoying a nice iced coffee there at the mill out there on the frigid cold deck.
Nice.
Right.
While I was
Has anybody seen So I Married an Axe Murderer? That's what I was referencing there.
No, sorry, Jack.
Of
Great
course
reference, Jack.
Listen, all this time, Josh, you guys have seen all the movies. You've done all these movie club things. And when I finally want you to see one movie I've seen, neither of you have friggin' seen it. Unbelievable.
Yep.
Get it on the movie club. Get it on the movie club.
So I married an axe murderer.
Jimmy, who has questionable takes from time to time in the YouTube chat, says, great movie. I don't know what to believe now.
Yeah, I don't either.
Don't know what to believe now, Mr. Jack.
Let's go.
Sure if that's not sure if that's going to come with a good suggestion.
It's a great movie. Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Chance. Thank you, David. Thank you, Jimmy. Thank you, Levi.
Some thank yous in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you. You guys all rule. You're great. You're better than the host of this show.
Do we want to do Frost or do we want to do fixing bowl season first?
Well, I mean, Jack said he wanted to bring a topic. I am a little surprised because I thought the bowls were perfect and neat and cool in every way. So
I'm just
that needs
trying.
to be fixed.
No, you're right. I enjoy. I will always say football is better than no football. If there are two choices, if it's a binary choice for me at any given time,
yeah,
and they're like, "Well, Jack, would you rather have a football game or not a football game?"
What if it was So I Married an Axe Murderer? What if it was what if that was in the other hand?
Josh, that's why I have two screens. Okay,
No.
so I'll get.
Do you believe
I'll
in
get
this?
South Alabama, Western Michigan on this screen, and So I Married an Axe, and that's an actual bowl coming up on Saturday. And I know that. And
do you actually believe this tripe in mid-April through mid-May when
There's a
there's
reason we
nothing
call
but
it mid.
spring games?
Mid.
You don't believe
that's
this?
not a game. That's a soap scrimmage, John. You know how I know that? I learned it from watching you.
Yeah.
Okay, I was just making sure because
doing that bit for
some
years.
people,
Yeah,
some
oh, really?
people,
And you do mean some people.
some people, and I do mean some people actually think spring games are games.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to make sure.
So,
Okay.
My point is that yes, I will always believe that to be the case. If I have a choice, especially this time of year, as football season is ending, and I can have a game on, like right now, I'd prefer there was a bowl game on. It's a little weird they don't have one on yet, right? What are we doing?
Nice.
It's Monday afternoon. Now I am excited because there are games. I'll get to my point in a second. There's a game there's a bowl game on the day of the Army Navy game. Did you guys know that?
No,
On
until you
Saturday?
just
What
said
kind of blasphemy is that?
Yeah, Jack, until you said what you just did, and you were like, yeah, South Alabama, Western Michigan, which is Saturday. I was like, no, it's not.
Yeah.
Army is playing Navy. Nope, sure enough, John, 8 o'clock on
No.
ESPN.
The
Watch
games
the
are starting. The bowl games. I don't like.
Oh.
Why has no one talked about this? It must be the playoff. The bowl games are starting a full week earlier this year.
Yeah, so
The
there's
usual.
there's
Like-
that game. There's a game on Tuesday the 17th. There's games on
week.
Wednesday the 18th.
Mm.
Yeah, all week. It usually doesn't start till the weekend before Christmas.
That's why it is, Jack. You're right, because there's only 3 football games on the 21st. All of those are playoff games, and then Friday the 20th there's the Indiana
So-
Notre Dame game. Yeah.
John, by my count, we only have one more. We only have like 4 more days to go till bowl season starts. So get your pools in, get your picks in,
God!
make your
I didn't think about it
opt-outs.
From that perspective, you gotta get your pool done.
get your pool done faster than ever. Like, right? Can you imagine
This
we're
is
going to go?
worse than adding the play-in games and cutting down the amount of time.
Is
you
there
have
going to be
fill
a
out
bowl
bracket.
going on during the Heisman ceremony, or is that next week?
It's after the Heisman ceremony. So the Heisman is 7 to 8, and then there's the bowl game at 8 o'clock.
I might actually finally watch a Heisman ceremony so I can get there for that sweet, sweet bowl game.
Interesting. Okay, so it
so-
seems like, Jack, all you're doing is saying good things about bowls.
Oh, no,
thought
I
that they
believe
needed
good
to be
things.
fixed.
I'm trying to encourage all the haters to join me, and I realize they need a little sweetener, like you, Josh. You need a little sweetener, John. You need a little sweetener to tune
a lot
in
of sweetener.
because you guys
lot of
probably aren't going to tune in to the what is it, the
meaning ass less bowl games.
veterans.
Nice.
Isn't it like the Veterans Recognition Bowl? I don't know if you guys are aggressively doing this because of the troops, but
I won't recognize.
it's something like that on Saturday night. So here's what I say. We need a little. It's a made for TV event, right? Bowls are literally made for TV events. ESPN owns a whole bunch of them. So let's get a little, TV twists and turns in here. I've come up with this idea with some
Are we
friends.
voting people off the island or something?
No, we believe, and because handshakes in the middle of the field has also become this area that's not associated with fun anymore, and it's bad sportsmanship. I believe we bring out a wheel before every game, and each team gets one turn with the coin flip before the coin flip and shaking hands. Of course, I'm sorry, Iowa. I'm sorry I didn't say that immediately. Yes, God, you shake hands. Anyway, after the handshake, and like a long handshake, okay?
An
But
aggressive
after
handshake.
maybe a little half hug would be nice if you don't want to.
Tap them up.
Bring you bring this wheel out, and they have. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of like cheats in a video game, but it's called the Wheel of Cheats. Okay, and so you spin the wheel,
Perfect for college football.
and there's all sorts of little cheats that are on there.
Like,
There's some that can be something as simple as field goals. There are escalators on field goals. So a 30-yard field goal is 3 points or less. A 40 is 4 points. A 50 is 5 points.
Can there be
For
a spot
instance.
on Nebraska's wheel where it's we can borrow a defensive lineman from your team?
That I like that one. Take one player from the other team. That's a good one. Or how about this one? Have a dedicated alum ready to play, and you can bring that alum in. So all of a sudden, things look a little different when Matt Ryan trots out there against Nebraska at the Pinstripe Bowl. He's still got an arm. He hasn't been retired that long.
hard to argue with that.
Okay. How about this one? You know how in volleyball they do the replay card and they hold up the card of the replay?
Yeah.
What if each coach, in addition to a challenge, gets a giant Uno reverse card? And so any penalty, if they hold it up one time per game, this one was not my idea. I give credit, Josh, to someone else very close to you for this idea. But you pull up this giant Uno card, and it's a reverse like in Uno, and instead,
That's hilarious.
it's a very good one. It's a very
So
good
it's
one.
like 15-yard face mask on Nebraska, and they're like, reverse!
Here's
Sorry,
the kicker,
Boston
Josh.
College.
Here's the kicker: if you save it for a targeting penalty, not only does your player stay in the game, they lose a player.
Awesome.
So all of a sudden, instead of your player ejected and them getting an automatic first down, it's 3rd and 27, and the walk-on quarterback is in the next play.
Gene says if Rob Manfred was in charge of both.
Exactly.
This is like the golden bat.
It does sound like the golden at bat.
Right? How about this one? This one is called the milk was a bad choice cheat. And this allows you, they have it ready to go, and maybe it's sponsored by Wisconsin dairy farmers. Every Gatorade bottle and tank is replaced. Instead of water, Gatorade, it's all whole milk in every single one.
Yeah, but then if the team that ended up drinking it got stronger and better, there'd be a lot of changes in what people think about drinking whole milk.
So, like, there's no end to the wheel of cheats to items that you could have on the wheel of cheat.
So you only spin it once.
You get maybe you get one, maybe you get 3. I don't know. We can work out some of the rules here.
But if it's like challenges, it's based off of the number of timeouts you have left.
That's true. Maybe you get unlimited timeouts for a game.
Now this isn't the NFL where we have an organized challenge system. This is college football where it's all random and arbitrary and makes no sense.
How about this one? At any point, you can throw a little flag and it will automatically interrupt the helmet communications with the other team and play once through Billy Ray Cyrus's Achy Breaky Heart. And that's the only thing that the quarterback can hear.
I love this idea.
I was... by the way, speaking of that, I was irrationally triggered. I can't remember which game I was watching.
Was it
may have been the Iowa State game this weekend because they had one of those low angle cameras, and yet everybody's still holding up all the stupid, got to block people from seeing our signals. I'm like, I thought the helmet communication was supposed to fix all this.
Nope, they still do it.
Where you tell the guy in his headset what the play is, and then he tells the rest of the team. Instead, nope, we got to do our stupid signals. We got to hold up our big. That'd be one of the first things I would abolish as the commissioner of college football is you are no longer allowed because especially in places like Memorial Stadium where you can't see over them, you can no longer hang up.
This is irrational.
You can't block people's view. That's what I'm saying.
It seems like they can, though.
How about this one?
Shouldn't. That's my point.
How about this one? The Stallions cheat. And what happens in this one is every video board in the entire place does closed captioning of the communications in the head coach's headset.
I love that. Charles, right?
Yeah, but now that actually would be fun because then it would be up to whoever's doing the closed captioning. And remember, it's always just a little bit behind. To be able to properly translate all the gobbledygook that's in the language.
Mm-hmm.
And so while the other team's trying to decipher what play it is, they're like even more confused.
Charles says, how about one Gatorade bottle has urine instead of an electrolyte drink? Call it urine trouble. Imagine that, you go to the sidelines, I'm thirsty.
We literally have a bowl where people pour slime on somebody's head. So
that's
this
true. The urine
this isn't
bowl.
The worst idea.
One other one I like to call it the holding purge. And you get one drive, and this is like the other teams in the Big Ten have every day, but one drive where holding is completely legal.
I like it. It's a great idea.
Or I like the everyone is an eligible receiver, right?
That'd be fun
for a play.
Yes.
Think of all of these things that you.
This is like when the NIT is like
finally. Then Nebraska would get some receivers that block.
That's true. Nice.
Called offensive line.
I like this because in the NIT they do stupid stuff like this every time. Like it's going to be quarters, but it's actually still not going to be quarters. And we're like, well, that's weird. Why not just have quarters? But they just do what they want because it's the NIT and nobody cares. They're bowl games. Nobody cares. Put urine in.
So
the
this
drink.
is just for the bowl games, not for the playoff games.
Just for the bowl games. Yes.
This wheel of insanity or whatever it is we're calling.
Yeah.
It.
Exactly.
Anyway, that was my idea. It's just, there's something there. Or you could, if you win with the trophy ceremony, you spin a wheel and you get like some kind of something for next year, right? Like you get an additional 10 timeouts for 2025, right? To be used whenever you want.
That'd be awesome.
Right? Or
sorry, referee. This is one of the 10 free timeouts for my bowl game.
Yep, exactly.
Show the card.
You would think Michigan will be able to kneel it out here, but Nebraska has 8 timeouts remaining, so they'll be.
And finally, the result of a bowl game would have an impact on the following season.
It would actually matter.
Yeah.
Right. See, this is like the home game, home field in the All-Star game situation, right?
Exactly.
Maybe you get a few extra roster spots based on every 5 points you win the game by. That
would matter. They're chopping the rosters down right now. That would be nice.
Yep.
All right. Well,
Anyway, those are my ideas. You can
Okay.
think about some more cheats that you might want to incorporate into the
Barrier
bowl
fan
game.
says this might be the best Jack Mitchell segment so far ever.
I
Wow.
can see he's the only one in the chat. He's the only one in the chat who thinks that right now. But
Travis says it would be the piss sock bowl, Josh.
Oh, this is certainly a better segment than the one from 2 weeks ago. That's for sure.
Oh, that one was fun.
yeah,
We were in
it's
Vegas.
it is. Yeah, it's still gross up here. I noticed the wall that my garbage bags did not do the trick.
Was that champagne or acid you were
We
spraying?
may have to. We may have to.
Bad.
We literally may have to repaint the basement, and it's totally worth it.
Nice. Does your wife know about that situation that you might have to repaint the basement? Nice. She'll learn it. She'll learn when you sell
Are you
it
sure
someday.
those stains weren't already there from before? I don't know.
Wow.
Hey, Money Chris with an idea, Jack. Have one of the cheats be where the helmet communication between coach and quarterback gets broadcast through the stadium PA system.
Well, yeah, that's what I said with the closed captioning, but that's even better.
Yeah,
Yes.
but you run the risk of giving that horrible feedback and then Dylan going, deaf.
That's
you know,
true.
I was like,
Well, no, he'll be at Miami. So
How about this?
That's right. Dylan's already in Miami.
For one half, the head coach has to have tape over his mouth, and he can only, communicate with like hand signals to anyone else.
Well, that would make John mad because then they'd have to hold up.
Because then they're holding up their stupid, hey, we got to block everyone's view. Here's an idea.
Hey,
Just
what
tell
about
the
this from
quarterback what
Max?
play we're gonna run.
There still needs to be one fan selection play a game. They will give you multiple choice on the big screen, and you get vote on your phone. What about this? I'll one up you. Every play is called by the fans. Let's see if the fans finally know how to do an offense. We've been ripping on OCs around here for years. It's our time. We get to call the plays. It's a 4. You get a selection choice of 4, and then the coordinator takes those 4 and has to call a play off of that. Pass play intermediate. All right, I guess we're doing pass play intermediate because that's what the fans want us to do.
Wow. I'm curious, are you joining the 62% in our poll who are going to be rooting for Scott Frost at Central Florida?
Rooting for, is that what were there? I heard you talking about this now.
There's
Were there
just a yes, no
are
option.
there multiple? It's just yes, no.
Are you rooting for him or you're
That's
not?
hard. That's hard. Man, when you make it binary like that, it's very hard.
But I mean, just put yourself in the spot where you're turning on one of the many games next year.
Well,
maybe it's a meaningless bowl game, and you see Central Florida and you see Scott Frost. Because you, like me, we like to have a rooting interest, even if we don't have a rooting interest. You just enjoy watching the game and just saying, I'd kind of like to see that team win. Would you get those vibes from Scott Frost if it was Central Florida versus just nameless faceless?
I need full context. How many wins has he already gotten? Right?
Ah,
Because
so
that's
it's conditional.
I want him to do okay, not terrible, but just not too well either. So if he's coming into the game, 5-1, maybe this would be one where we're cheering for Cincinnati, But if it's been a tough stretch and they're out in the desert playing Arizona State, I'll be like, this is it, Big 12 matchup.
You want them to make like a bowl game? Is that okay if they make a bowl game?
Well, it depends which bowl game is Nebraska playing.
Is there a big? Oh man, they could. Wow, the rate bowl. I mean, as it stands now, isn't the rate bowl a Big 10 rate bowl a Big 10 Big 12 matchup in Arizona? Actually,
Yeah. I mean, that'd be perfect. Frost knows where to find the margaritas down in Arizona.
Nice.
I don't listen. Like in all seriousness, I'm not cheering. I think some people are cheering for him to just like have it to go terribly, right? And I'm not like I have no desire to see it end badly in 2 different coaching spots for him, and because at what point, where's his coaching career after that, right? Like I have that'd be a bad place to be in. So I really don't desire that for a variety of reasons that probably aren't that sexy to talk about on radio, but I don't really want that. Now, all that said, guys, what I think is going to happen, I don't think it's going to go well.
I mean,
I don't think it's going to go well.
Typically, it doesn't when you try to run it back with the same.
Yeah,
coach. Usually now, and I'm interested because you say it is kind of conditional because there is that element of, well, what if he has success there, and then people are going to look back here and say, well, it was more Nebraska's fault that he didn't succeed here, not his own fault.
Well, Jack was right. They shouldn't have fired him. I'm back, folks. My argument that I disavowed is back all of a sudden if that happens.
true. That's true.
Aiden writes, I hope Scott Frost has exactly 0 wins. So I think I know where he would vote on the poll question.
Yes.
He would
I
vote
mean,
for
I know
failure.
that there are some, and it's a minority, but there are some who are like, absolutely not. He screwed everything up here, and I don't like him.
Here's the best mental exercise for fans to really decide where they're at. Let's say that they moved the opening game in 2025 for the Big 12 to let's say the matchup. I don't care where it is, but it's Dion versus Scott Frost in game 1. That'll tell you where your loyalties lie.
Ooh.
Right?
Wow.
Maybe on one of those Friday night games after the Nebraska game on Thursday. Friday night game either in Orlando or Boulder. Colorado played a Friday night game last year, I think, or a Thursday night game.
They played that Thursday against North Dakota State.
Come on, Big 12. You want to look at the big what is it, Rohrmark? That guy, whatever, their commissioner. He likes Yormark. Sorry, Yormark.
Larry Scott 2.0.
He likes that marketing stuff. You gotta give us Scott versus Dion in game 1. It's what the Big 12 wants, with someone like Ja Rule doing the halftime show or something. That's very Big 12.
It would be.
Yes, it would.
I'd watch that game.
I'd watch the Ja Rule concert.
You're gonna watch, right?
Sorry.
You're gonna really pay attention to UCF, aren't you, John? I sense that John is either not going to, or he says he's not going to. And then
John is in the vast minority.
Yeah,
the vast minority.
We're not going to shut up around here about him.
It's never. You are going to.
John,
you are going to have an impossible time avoiding it here. It is going to be.
I'm not saying I would actively avoid it. It's just I really don't give a rip.
That's fine, and we're going to be tired of it. Like
probably,
people,
yeah, I agree.
Love or hate, there is a weird desire. Sort of for deep knowledge and interest in everything relating to Scott Frost. It's kind of like when you go to like a family event and like one of the uncles is like weirdly interested in one of the grandkids like dating lives or something. Like, well, you got a girlfriend yet? That kind of thing. And they keep pushing. Like that's how I think of it, kind of.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Do we care to put anything on the modestly long-term list?
For like what their record is next year?
No, it's a date. When will we hear the first
utterances of Nebraska?
The first utterances. No, not from Scott Frost, but the first time that someone says after he has success, maybe they should reconsider bringing him back here. Because if he does have success at UCF, that there will be people, just like there were people with Bo, just like there were people and still are with Bo, who are like, should have never let him go.
Oh, it's going to happen.
Should have never let him go.
Yeah.
So I'm realizing, I'm just looking this up. I hadn't heard anybody mention this. They do play on the opening Thursday night. It's listed anyway. Now, it's not against Colorado. Scott Frost and UCF do. They play Jacksonville State on Thursday, August 28th, who I believe is coachless right now, right? Or did they get their guy already?
Well, that's all right. UCF's coach.
Wait, is Rich Rod already gone?
Rich Rod. Rich Rod is good. I mean, I think he's going to be gone. But I guess that's not for sure. You're right.
It's not for sure. Yeah. He might go to West Virginia.
Yeah, I guess that's true. He may still be there.
Their games, by the way, next year. Oh, they don't play Colorado. That sucks. They play Kansas. They do play at Kansas State.
Big 12 championship.
Oh man, hey, how many World Herald writers go to the UCF at Kansas State game?
Oh god,
down in Manhattan. Should we go? Should we do a show on the road? What if it's the bye week?
Hell
John?
no.
What if it's the bye week, John?
No.
Wait, does Logan Smothers have another year yet? That would be a story if Logan Smothers at Jacksonville State against his old coach.
He probably does. Everybody has eligibility these days.
I'm guessing Noah Vedral still has.
He's a senior, but he has 6 years of eligibility left still. It's amazing.
Most of the responses that I'm getting, by the way, are very anti. Like this from Bill. I hope he fails miserably. That is how the email begins.
Well, here's another fun question. Like, so they got KJ Jefferson as their quarterback. He's gone at UCF.
Do.
So I assume he's gone. So they're who are they going for after the portal?
And not that far away from Miami.
Will Scott Frost's last Speaking of guys who have a lot of eligibility, will Scott Frost's last quarterback be interested in somehow finding another year and coming back to Central Florida? Yes, I'm talking about CT11.
Good Lord, you and your CT11 hive. You're all freaks.
Yeah,
What if it was after Harburg? He recruited him. People forget.
Could.
People forget, John.
Man, that can you even imagine if he brought
Actually, I
Harburg,
kind of want this now.
if he brought Harburg down
Do
there
it,
and Harburg's a Big 12 player?
Do it, Heinrich.
No,
so
I mean,
funny.
oh god, will it?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty funny.
These are some wild scenarios. These are even
Hey.
wilder than the damn wheel
the
of
bowl ideas?
wheel of cheese or whatever the
Hey,
bowl
cheats,
idea is. Wheel of
John.
cheese.
Wheel of cheats, not
Cheats.
cheese. A wheel of cheese is a very different thing.
Cheats-its.
Okay.
Mm.
Noah Vedral gang raise up. in the
Nice.
chat.
Shout out to Chance.
That's hilarious.
Mm.
Get your tickets to the Rate Bowl next year.
Nebraska
away.
versus UCF.
You can. They're already there. They'll have reps at Nebraska's current bowl game for the Rate Bowl to get that ready, to get that scheduled. Right,
That would
they're going to be there.
incredible. Joel says, "What's the over/under for onside kicks against Jacksonville State?"
That would be. You know, he could do the funniest thing ever if he opened the game with one.
That would,
You know, Scott, that would show us that you've kind of turned over a new leaf and you've got a good sense of humor about it all.
that would be funny. That would be funny.
Oh boy. Well, the
Yeah,
fun is back, kids.
if
Hey,
that's-
I'm just glad he's away from my team, so I don't have to hear anybody else say, "Oh, the Rams get Scott Frost."
Oh, that's, you know, I just realized that Nebraska will have a game that night too. So Nebraska fans will have a hard decision to make.
Yeah, seriously, are they going to watch the Nebraska-Cincinnati game from Arrowhead or Scott Frost's opener with UCF on ESPN2? Good times. Maybe on CBS Sports Network.
Oh, wow. They got North Carolina on September 20th.
I saw that.
Oh, Belichick versus Frost. Wow. I can't wait.
That'd be awesome.
His old coach. It's the
Mentor and
master
mentee.
versus the, yes.
The apprentice.
student.
Wow. People
Start
forget.
making the promos now.
Let's go to Manhattan, John. Let's be there at Kansas State.
Hell
Big
no.
Frost overreaction.
Hell no.
Scott Frost has just lost. The time to bitch or celebrate is now. Mm.
All right. Well, we will. What is it next week?
Yeah, we'll talk to him next week.
Yeah, we have. Just trying to.
And then that's it, Jack. No, well, then we'll talk to him in 2 weeks
Yeah.
after that. Yeah.
after the bowl game.
After the bowl game. Yeah, Jack, you'll come on with us the Monday after the bowl game. How fun will that be?
Hey, all right, yeah. And then next Monday when I come on, that's like the last day till the bowl games really start in earnest too. So
Exactly.
obviously I'll be in a great mood at that point.
Yes, you will. Yes, you will.
All
right, we'll see ya.
Bye.
Bye,
Jeff
Jack.
Mitchell, everyone.
Bye.
We've got more to come, including.
Apparently, Dylan Raiola going to Miami.
No, he's
The
not.
rumors. I'm not reporting it. Matt
Ma-
says, "What if Frost came after Raiola and offers a margarita adjacent
Let's say,
NIL deal?"
what if Raiola goes to UCF?
Well, that would be funny.
We got the
With the
portal
content.
people. We've got the SEC is.
Oh, we haven't even talked about the playoff.
Haven't talked about
Juan
the playoff
Soto
yet.
and all the implications for baseball and what that means going forward.
Stay tuned for content.
Stay tuned for all of that as we continue on 1620 The Zone. But if you're looking for a way to support your team without breaking the bank, here is a fun way to do it. It is On the Line. On the Line is partnered with schools right here locally, including Creighton and Nebraska and Omaha. And your contributions can go to help fund their NIL efforts, which can help recruit and retain the best student athletes in the country. Here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com. You pick any metric you like, whether it's wins in the season, it could be points, could be rebounds, could be whatever. You attach a dollar amount to it, and whatever your team accumulates, then that becomes your donation towards that team's NIL efforts. It's gamifying your giving by donating a dollar amount for every win or other measurable metric from your favorite team this season. So whether it's Blue Jays or Mavericks or Huskers, get to athleticsontheline.com, and even your contribution can help. That's athleticsontheline.com. An update from Georgia, where if you missed it on Saturday afternoon, Carson Beck went down with an elbow injury during the SEC championship game. Well,
Last play of the first half.
According to an injury update from the university, that his elbow injury, his family are exploring treatment options, and there is no current timetable on his return. Also, their punter, who was injured, will require season-ending surgery.
Oh, man.
I guess if you're Georgia, you're lucky the bracket came out yesterday, because if you were Florida State, you'd have been thrown out.
See you later.
Which is why I've never believed in that idea in the first place. Team gets in, they get in.
Yep.
Don't punish them because someone got hurt. But Georgia's going to have to go without Carson. It sounds like they may have to go without Carson Beck, judging by the text in this statement.
The positive for them is they won't play until January 1st. So they have 3 weeks. 3 weeks from Wednesday is when their next playoff game will be.
And they get the bowl practices. They got plenty of bowl practices.
That's why they're happy to make the playoff,
Yes.
because of the bowl practice.
Because of the bowl practices.
Mhm.
Well, obviously, that was all the stink yesterday. The
That was
SEC's
all the stink yesterday.
Yes, it was all the stink yesterday in college football, was the airing of grievances by the SEC regarding the fact that SMU stayed in the playoff field and Alabama was left out, thus leaving the SEC with only 3 teams in the field. And the reactions were rather interesting.
Yeah, honestly, the reactions, they made the argument in, I think, the worst way imaginable. You know, for their athletic director, Greg Byrne, to hop on and say, like, well, I guess we're just going to have to reevaluate our non-conference scheduling, when that is not the reason that they missed out on the playoff. I think that they, and I know why they're approaching it this way, right? They're Alabama. They want to get in. I get it. I'm going to make fun of you for your dumb opinions, but I understand why you were arguing. Just like if Nebraska was in the same spot, they'd be doing the same thing. But they're missing the reason, or I guess they're missing this, John. They were 9-3 and they were in the playoff conversation because of how tough their schedule is. Their strength of schedule actually helped them. Look at Miami. What was Miami's record at the end of the regular season? 10-2. And nobody is crying over Miami today. Miami is not screaming.
Well,
from
yeah,
the
they're
rooftops.
too busy celebrating the fact that Dylan's headed to Miami.
That's a great point. Thank you for reminding me. But in all seriousness,
joke.
They're
by the way.
not crying about anything because their schedule didn't put them in the conversation. If they would have played Alabama's schedule and they would have gone 10-2, they would be a playoff team. They went 9-3, and yet some people are actually frustrated they didn't make the playoff. That is a statement, or it's a testament to their strength of schedule. On the other hand, don't lose by 3 touchdowns to a 6-win Oklahoma team. Do you realize this, John? They were the team, the program that allowed for Oklahoma and Vanderbilt to become bowl eligible. Without those games, those teams are not playing in a bowl game this season. But they beat Alabama. One of them scored 40 on them, and one of them held them to 3 points. Can't do that if you want to make it to the playoff. Seems pretty easy to me.
Well, everybody in college sports is looking for an opening to get on their soapbox and say, well, we just need weaker schedules.
We call that the John Bishop effect.
Yeah.
Everybody's been looking for this. They don't want to have to schedule good teams in the non-conference if they don't have to. Everybody's looking for this. So the fact that they're using this, because it's the one thing they truly can control. They can't control the conference schedule. I mean, there was the swipe made by Kirby Smart at the end of during
all
the
the road
celebration
games.
about all the road games they had to play, and Greg Sankey standing like 10 feet off to his left and looking like a scorned father. But the real argument, and this is where they should have gone, but I understand why they didn't go there. The real argument the SEC has is this is why we stay with 8 conference games. Because if we added a 9th conference game, that's just one more good team that we could lose to.
Or
but
one more average team if you're Alabama.
But they won't.
Or Vanderbilt.
They won't say that because the momentum towards going to 9 has been growing, not because they want to play the extra game, but because the money says they have to play the extra because then they can get more money out of ESPN. So that's why they didn't use that argument. But that, honestly, if you're one of those people who have said, like our friend Dave Bartu, who have said, why would you increase your number of conference games? That's ridiculous. Why would you add another tough game? Yesterday was the best day for your argument if you're the SEC. Why should we add another one? Because that's just another opportunity for us to lose.
But the problem with that argument is that Alabama didn't miss the playoff because they played this tough schedule and they lost to all the good teams. It's because they lost to 2 average teams. That's the reason they missed the playoff.
I understand that, but again, it's just the idea of it, because the argument the SEC has been making is, well, yeah, those might be average teams, but they're SEC average teams. So that's the point. So that's the point that they're making. So if I'm the SEC, don't touch that 9th game.
What's funny is I don't think that's going to be the lesson that they learn. I don't think that they're going to do that. I mean, you had Saban yesterday saying that maybe the league should go to 10 conference games. You know, he said that on the show yesterday.
Well,
go to 10 conference games.
But to his credit, he's always said that. He said that for years.
For sure.
But if they're sitting down in a meeting room and they're talking it over, that's the reason. But it's easier to punish the rest of college football by saying we're not going to schedule any tough non-conference games. So this is kind of the equivalent of taking your ball and going home.
I just don't get it, though. That had nothing to do with why they missed the playoff.
No, but again, it's just all it is. It's just a little crack. It's a little opening for them to walk through.
Well, you know what's
as
nice about it?
ridiculous as it is, people have been looking for an excuse. The Big Ten is looking for an excuse. The ACC, everyone's been looking for an excuse to say, hey, I'd rather just have 3 or 4 really easy non-conference games that we can play at home in front of our fans, and we can make all the money from them, and we'll never face any consequences.
Well, that's fine. I think everyone's seeing right through it, which is good. Nobody is taking up for them right now because they're realizing exactly what they're doing. Their non-conference was cake. The reason that they missed the playoff is not because of their non-conference. It's inarguable. If you want an easy schedule, fine. Just know that then the margin of error is non-existent. Indiana had to go 11-1. If they went 10-2, they wouldn't have made it because their schedule, both non and in conference, wasn't very good. So if you want that, just know that you have to walk a very fine line. If you want a tougher schedule, congrats. You're in the mix still if you have 3 losses. There are benefits. There are cost benefits for both sides. Easy schedule, you got to go 11-1 or 12-0. Hard schedule, you can still get in at 10-2 and maybe even 9-3, depending on the season. You know, if SMU wins that game and Clemson loses, Alabama's in the playoff as a 3-loss team because of how tough their schedule was. So they can keep crying. They're learning the wrong lessons from this. If it's about their non-conference did not hold them back.
But like I'm saying, people have been looking for an excuse. You could see it coming from a mile away. People have been looking for an excuse. And that was honestly one of the things I was concerned about. But guess what? It was going to happen anyway. Because somebody was going to get it.
To be the thief of joy from, what we're about to see on the field over the next few weeks. Like, in the end, who cares?
We hope we see on the field in the next few weeks.
But in the end, who cares? Like, people do this on Selection Sunday where they're like, oh man, but Syracuse, they were 19-12. They should have made it. And then what happens is they play the games and nobody cares anymore. That's what's going to happen. They weren't going to win the national championship. Neither is SMU, and that's fine. But they're going to play the games in a couple weeks, and we'll be fine. Salesperson Josh asks, what do you think the line would be for SMU versus Bama? I don't think it'd be as large as it would be in past years. Bama by 4 or 5, maybe. I guess depending on if it's a neutral, if it's a home
honestly,
site.
Don't know.
This year's Alabama is not last year's Alabama. And last year's Alabama was not 3 years ago Alabama. Like, they are a different version of themselves compared to what they once were.
Let me see if I can do this real quick.
Are you going to do college football insiders?
Yep. Alabama and SMU. And we'll go neutral site. The margin on college football insiders is 2 points.
Yeah, see, so it's not like it would have been some massive point spread.
It's 2 points.
Yeah.
So I would think that your estimation of the point spread might be close.
Yeah. Because, they wouldn't want to keep it that short because then the public would hammer Bama. So they'd pop it up a couple points.
So, yeah, I mean, it is razor thin. But, people are going to take from this what they want. The bigger problem that I see, is this is going to be the portal, not the portal, probably the wrong word to use today, but it's the opening for both the SEC and the Big Ten to say, well, we should just guarantee 4 spots for each of us every year.
They've already done that, though.
And they have.
They've already done
and
that.
they have, but this
yesterday was not that.
But this is just adding more fuel to the tank. That's all it's doing.
Sure.
And unfortunately, that's probably coming too. And then we'll really see if these conference championship games mean anything. At least the good news was on Saturday, with the exception of the Big Ten and the SEC title games, they meant something.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you had 3 win and you're in championship games this weekend.
Yeah.
1 on Friday and 2 on Saturday.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Unfortunately, only one of them was a really bad game.
One of them sucked.
One of them
yeah,
sucked.
one of them was really terrible.
Feel bad for you, clones. I was rooting for you.
Yeah. Good on you, Arizona State.
I was rooting for you. And now tiny baby coach
Sad.
gets to be in the playoff and get his head taken off by who are they playing? They're playing
Nobody for now. They got an off week. And they're
Oh,
playing
that's
the
right.
winner of Texas Clemson. I don't know, man. Scattaboo? He could run all over him.
God,
Man, John, are you
Texas?
okay? You seem down. You seem
No.
down. Okay.
What do you mean?
Just don't.
You
don't
have
seem,
a weird read on people.
You just don't.
How am I down? My team won yesterday.
no,
we waxed
You
that
seem
Bills
down
ass.
on college football. Like,
Well,
this is day
I
of-
mean, it is a dumb sport. It
so
is
you
the-
are down. So I
No,
my
it is a
read on
dumb
you-
sport.
so
It
my
is a
read was-
stupid
My
sport.
read was correct. Then I just want to make sure.
No, I'm not down. I mean, it's nothing. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed from yesterday.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You seem out on college football.
It is the stupidest sport in America.
You seem bummed by college football.
It is the stupidest sport.
We got the
in
playoff,
America.
and you're worried about 5 years from now.
No, I'm not worried about 5 years from now. I'm worried about today.
Well, today they're not breaking off and going away. We got a playoff coming up. There's not a football, an NFL game tonight, not a college game tonight.
No, what happened yesterday, I was not surprised by it in the least.
Okay.
I thought it would happen that way. As soon as Clemson won that game, it was like,
Well,
goodbye,
we
Alabama.
thought. Yeah, we thought it.
Goodbye, Alabama. You done.
Extremely negative Mike writes, a lot of smoke going on in Twitterverse that Dylan will transfer. Do we need to talk about this? Do we
No.
need to have a conversation about this?
No.
No,
I mean, if he leaves, you're going to feel like a big dumb idiot because you said it's not happening.
no, we don't need to. Do you know how many stupid rumors are out
What
there?
if it's true, though?
What would Nebraska do? Who's the quarterback?
Great question, Nick.
I mean, what if it's true that Matt Rule's going to North Carolina
Is that a rumor?
to be Belichick's offensive coordinator?
No, so now you're just pretending. Why would he be the offensive coordinator? That'd be
Oh,
weird.
that's right, defensive coordinator.
Yeah,
Actually,
there you go.
both, because he likes to control all of it.
Interesting.
16-20 the zone. The font is getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
So tiny.
You could probably take Emmett off of there.
It says that he's back, Nick.
I put the little line cross through there to indicate that he's no longer on the list, and in parentheses, he's back.
It's going to be great. We can do this with other players who leave and maybe come back.
Well, that's fun. How many more do you think are going to come back?
Probably not any.
Probably not any.
Especially when Dylan's name goes on this list here soon.
Oh, no.
Maybe on the cream team.
Here's what I'll do. Here's what I promise.
Orange and green.
First of all, don't think any of the Dylan stuff is actually going to happen. He's staying here. But if he does, I'll make sure when he gets put on this list, he'll be in the big font. Everyone else will be in the little
italicized.
No, just bigger font. Just bigger font.
Just bigger font.
Just bigger. It'll stand out. I don't need to do any of the other fancy stuff.
Okay.
How fast?
I don't need to put big garish outlines on it on Canva like Nick does.
How fast will the Nebraska fan base turn on Dylan Raiola if that happens?
They've already turned on him.
What? They have?
Have you not listened to the post-game shows when everyone calls in and says the same crap about him?
They would do that.
And I don't
about
mean crap
Adrian
as like a
and everybody.
negative, but they're.
The only post game show I've heard is the ones I've done.
I don't. Okay, collectively, do I think people are out on Dylan? No. Are there people who are out on Dylan? Yes.
Well, yeah. I mean, there's always going to be those people,
and then it would just ramp up.
But
And
I
then,
would just
and then
think
we'd have a whole lot of. I
collectively-
never even thought he was going to be good in the first place.
Oh well, I mean, we're getting that with Tony White right now. I never
he
liked that
sucked.
guy. It
Tony White was
terrible.
bad, Nick. He was horrible.
He only gave us top 20 scoring defenses. That's not good enough.
The worst 6-6 top 20 scoring defense
Of all
coordinator ever.
time. Of all time. And it's his fault. It's not the offense's
All
fault. It's
his fault.
It's his fault. His fault.
All his fault.
Yeah, indeed.
I would just like to ask one thing, and that is for an accurate transfer portal, like
What do you mean?
like a real-time transfer portal.
Oh, well, I mean, we could probably get a login from somebody who has access to the real portal. There are reporters who have access to it. They hang out in there all the time.
Oh,
They
so
just click refresh.
There's an actual physical digital portal
It's a
that
website.
exists.
It's a website.
Yes,
didn't
it's
know
where
that.
the coaches actually go to know who's in it.
I thought it was just a
Well,
concept.
except in those cases like Jamari Butler, where he's already narrowed his choices down to 3 schools magically, even though the portal just opened today. How did that happen? I don't know.
Oh, you know what? Kenneth says Raiola to the portal per the San Francisco Chronicle. That does remind me.
Right.
Yes, about the Boston Globe this
Oh,
weekend.
no. Oh, it was the Globe? Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it was the
Chronicle must have taken a
That'd be my
feed
guess.
from the Globe.
Yes, because
Yeah,
there
yeah,
was.
yeah.
Did I send that to you? I can't
You did.
remember. Okay.
You did.
So we'll have Mitch on in a few minutes. But there was a story. Man, I sent you a lot of stuff this weekend.
You did.
Oh wait, there's
You were very busy.
there was.
I was sending you videos and you were sending me
Oh, man.
still shots.
Did I send it? I don't know what group chat I sent it in. I thought. Did I
How many
just-
group chats are you in?
Well, John and I have ours. We have the show one. Did I send it in the show one? There's one that we have with Jack. I don't know. Anyway, there was a Boston Globe thing that was like, yeah, Nebraska's going to lose Dylan after the game. So it's like he was expected to enter into the portal. I think I retweeted it. I'll go see if I can find it. One of our listeners sent it our way. So maybe they know something that we don't, John. Maybe they know. Oh, here it is. Andrew, did I miss something? What does the Boston Globe know that we don't? Dylan Raiola, who has declared he plans to enter the transfer portal, is 7th in the conference completion percentage, but has thrown the 3rd most interceptions at 10.
It's declared he's. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he has. Why? Why? If he was going into the portal, why would he play for Nebraska in the bowl game?
That would be weird.
That would be, I mean, of all the dumb decisions, that would be like the dumbest.
Mm-hmm.
Do we know if he's playing with Nebraska in the bowl game yet, though?
Yeah, but that was the implication in one of these stories is that he's going to enter the
leaving.
portal after the bowl game. Well, first of all, why would you do it after the bowl game?
Mm-hmm.
Then that would imply that you're playing in the bowl game.
Pedro texts in, hi, guys. I'm worried about Johnny. I think that's you. Is he okay? Put your lips up to his forehead to see if he has a fever.
Oh, give John
I got a
forehead
fever.
kiss.
It's called, I want more puka. That's what I got. I got the puka fever.
John's
Nice.
puka pilled pretty hard right now.
Oh, he definitely is.
he's
And he
so good.
rightfully so. That
So
catch on the
good.
sidelines, that was so cool.
He is so good.
That
he's-
throw was great, too, by the way.
Puka's cool.
I mean, when you
I
got
like
a Super
puka.
Bowl winning quarterback, you expect those types of things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, nothing. I mean, this is just another day
The
in
roller
the life
coaster
of
of the Rams is weird this year. They're like
Oh, I
good or
know.
bad, good
Oh,
or
I
bad,
know.
good
I
or
know.
bad, good
I
or
know.
bad.
I know.
Yesterday they were good.
I know.
They're in the most fun division in football. That is what I've decided the NFC West is. It's the most fun.
Well, yeah, 'cause you never know what to
I don't know if it's
expect.
good, but it's fun.
You never know what to expect.
You know what else is good, John?
No.
Les Voltaire. That's what this week's zone deal is for. And apparently Nick has various vouchers that he's going to give away. The zone deal is Friday morning at 9, by the way.
Yes.
That's awesome. I can't wait to see how he gives them away.
Yeah, how are you going to give them away, Nick?
We'll find out, I guess.
You'll have to find out.
We'll have to find out. So there you go.
Well, if that ain't just the bee's knees.
Man, commenter John, who is a new commenter, is among the most negative Husker fans that I can recall ever seeing inside of our comment section. Hates Matt Rule. Doesn't seem to like Tony White. Think wants Dylan to leave. Very sad. Very sad all around. It's just you and me on Tony White's side, I think.
I thought everybody was happy that Nebraska made a bowl game.
I guess
Guess the news of New York really bummed out some folks. It's like, what?
Yep.
Went to a bowl game and all we got was crappy New York?
Extremely negative Mike. He enters the day of the bowl game and doesn't play. Wow. Can you imagine that?
When it opens today, it's open because they change the rules
It's
every
today.
5 days.
Today it's
no, I know, but
Oh.
but how long does it go for? Is this the?
I thought it's either 30 or 45.
Yeah,
Our next guest knows. We could ask him.
You know what? They're probably in the process of changing the rules right now.
Michael texts in, hey, enough football and Dylan talk. John hates it anyway. Can we talk about Pop Isaacs and Creighton, please? The impact on the season. We'll do that later, Michael.
Yes,
We'll do that later.
the impact is
Bad. Speaking of being down bad, Creighton.
but they won.
They did. They won. But it's not about the battle, John. It's about the war.
Mm.
And I think they've lost the war. They did win the battle, though.
We'll see.
I'll put it on the list. They ain't going to the dance.
Then put it on the list.
Put it on the list. Get the eggs.
Put it on the list.
Get the tomatoes.
I feel even better that they're going dancing. Hell, they might even get a top 3 seed.
Interesting. Interesting.
Nice.
Mitch Sherman coming up next on 1620 The Zone.
Nick Grim for Circus Sports Iowa. Tonight, the Bengals and the Cowboys will play each other. You can be at the center of all the action anywhere in the state of Iowa with the Circus Sports Iowa app. Live in-game lines that update every single break, all the props you need, and, of course, we can't forget about those tight money line splits. Let's look at some of the many things you can play along with tonight. The Cowboys, plus 192 to beat the Bengals. The points total for tonight is 50, and if you want to try out some props, one of my favorites are the first touchdown props, plus 435 for Chase Brown to pick the first touchdown. Download your new sportsbook today. Download Circus Sports Iowa. It's like having Las Vegas in your pocket. If you or someone you know may have a problem with gambling, call 1-800-238-7633.
Mitch Sherman of The Athletic joining us.
Hello, guys. The intent that he had in putting this staff together will overrule all of that, no pun intended. Yeah, you've got to get bigger and bolder every time, right?
Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch. Call Mitch.
We take Mitch away from watching the portal to join us here on the 42 Degrees The Source hotline. How's portal watching today?
It's been eventful. I can still watch while I'm talking to you guys, multitasking here.
Good.
Oh, because I kind of thought it kind of worked like the stock ticker, where it's constantly moving and it's like and it's got all the weird, funky symbols. But I'm glad you can multitask. Have you been surprised by anything today?
A little bit by Keona Davis, but you can't be surprised by anything.
Yeah.
To be honest, Nebraska doesn't have a defensive line coach right now or a defensive coordinator, so I think it's tough when these conversations come up. And this is when they are. This is the time you've got from today until the 28th to get your future figured out. And everybody goes into this looking at themselves like a free agent. And Keona Davis has I think has some potential as like a high earner. We got to have to talk about this like in terms of professional sports.
Mm-hmm.
And that didn't exist necessarily a year ago. I mean, he was under the radar as a recruit, and then not really because of all that much that happened on the field, but just because of what people saw in practice from him. I mean, he looked from day one like a future. I mean, he can be a menace out there as a defensive lineman. He made you take notice, stand up and take notice, say, okay, who is that guy in '97? I remember doing that the first time I saw them at practice in August. And, Nebraska can have conversations with him, and Matt Rule can work with them, and they can put together a pitch from 1890, but it's probably beneficial for him in this situation to test the market. And I'm not saying that there's any shot at all that he's going to come back, but if I'm Nebraska, I don't give up until you know that he's found something that he wants more. That could depend on the conversation too. He may have just said, this is for other reasons. I want to get closer to family. I don't like the weather, whatever. He's from Arizona. And if that's the case, and it's not at all about playing the market, then okay, let that ship sail. But I don't know what those conversations were like, obviously.
Mitch, there seems to be kind of one of two thoughts, at least with defensive coordinator. And one thought is it's going to be an outside hire. It's someone that's not inside the program right now. So maybe that coach is still coaching or whatever, and you can't totally control it. The other is that it will actually eventually be Butler, and maybe Phil Snow is going to be involved in that too. Like, if it's the latter, is there a mistake being made right now and just not moving forward with that? Or given that this is a defensive lineman, is that less about the coordinator and more about the position coach?
It could be about both. And I know, Matt Rule wants the order of things to be hire a defensive coordinator and then let that defensive coordinator have a lot of say in who the D line coach is. That doesn't mean that if you've picked a D coordinator but haven't been able to name him yet because he has other obligations, that you couldn't go out and try to pursue your D line coach, with the blessing of the future coordinator. So you could see it happen in reverse. I don't know with Davis or the others. Obviously been an influx or an outflow from Nebraska of defensive linemen into the portal. And some of that is because of Terrence Knighton and the loyalty that the players feel to him. You'll see a number of them go to Florida State. Jamari Butler is looking at Florida State. I think we can assume that James Williams is going to land at Florida State. We'll see about some of the others, but those are the two biggest names before Davis on the defensive line. So I think if you were going to do what you described there, the latter, Josh, and it was a situation where Matt Rule knew that he wanted to eventually promote or keep John Butler, remove the interim and keep him in that role. It would be beneficial just to go ahead and do it so you can move forward and you can have these conversations that need to be had, because defensive line, I think, is right there at the top, along with offensive line. It's a tough place to be. They're right at the top as far as Nebraska's needs in the portal over the next several weeks. So you have to be having conversations on your campus here in the days ahead about how to fix that situation on the defensive line. And if you can tell the players who come in who their coach is going to be, you do it. So I don't think they're just waiting. I don't think they're using like the Pinstripe Bowl as a tryout for John Butler. That shouldn't be what the determining factor is. If the defense plays well against Boston College, that's not like, okay, Butler's the guy, or vice versa. Like, it should be based on his year in the program and what Rhule's seeing from him right now as he's under consideration.
So does it need to be announced either before the bowl or at least before the end of the season or before the closing of the portal?
I think the sooner the better. And if it's Butler, you would assume they could do it soon. So I think the sooner the better, just for the purposes of being able to get players out of the portal. Now, if it's all known on the inside, they don't necessarily have to say it publicly. I mean, that could help. It could help publicly in getting players to come in on visits. But like, once you get them on visits, or even if you're having conversations with them and trying to get them on visits, you could let players know, or prospects know, portal prospects, what you're expecting to do, what you're planning to do. I think you just have to have a plan if you're Matt Rhule, and it helps to have put some faces and names to the situation. If you have defensive linemen coming in to look at this place, like, you'd want them to be able to meet their coach if at all possible.
Mitch, we've had so many people ask us about Dylan Raiola today, so I felt like I'd be a little remiss if I didn't at least ask you something. Like, let me ask it this way. Should there be concern? I guess you said a few minutes ago that nothing is really surprising, so maybe there should always be concern. But, like, should there be concern with him because at some point today, somebody not at your outlet wrote or said something in an article or on a podcast about him, and I know it's gotten a lot of people upset.
Yeah, it's like, we can all kind of calm down on Dylan's speculation, and then anytime someone raises a finger into the wind and says, well, yeah, this may be happening, it could be happening with anybody. It's not like he's different in terms of his importance to the Nebraska program. That's the difference. But in terms of, whether there's a possibility that he could leave or that anyone could leave, that's there for anyone, regardless of the school. So, yeah, I mean, he has such significance and importance to Nebraska with the position that he plays and the situation at that position, and just his overall value and his, just how much Nebraska needs him to move this plan forward. I mean, if he were to choose to leave, you'd be looking at just a great shift in the direction that Matt Rhule's trying to take this. Like, there's so much that's built around him. That said, I don't think there's been anything real yet to make you believe that something's going on, other than that he's planning to come back to Nebraska. Like, it'd be nice to hear from Dylan, and I don't think he needs to, like, I don't think players should have to be in the practice of coming out and declaring their intention to stay somewhere. That, you're not going to see players at Georgia do that, or at Texas do that, or at Ohio State do that. So, I think it diminishes it would diminish the something within the Nebraska program if your best players on an annual basis had to redeclare their loyalty. To me, that's not necessary. That's not the way that it should be. But at some point in this bowl preparation, excuse me, in this bowl prep, you would hope, like, sooner rather than later, he's gonna be available for an interview. And while he doesn't have to make some declarative statement, I think you'd like to hear from him about his feelings on the future. And that would help. Again, we talked about having a defensive coordinator and a defensive line coach when Nebraska goes out to recruit here this month and bring players in on visits from the portal, knowing without a shadow of a doubt the direction that you're going at the quarterback position is going to help you get linemen. It's going to help you get receivers. So he's hugely important, but I don't have any concern, any significant concern right now. No more concern than you do with any other player.
Emmett Johnson deciding over the weekend to return. What do you think was the biggest thing that went into that change of heart?
Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say without talking to him. I I think that I could speculate that he needed some reassurances about what his role was going to be in the offense, and sometimes you take a step outside and he hits the free agent market, and maybe it doesn't look right off the bat like it did or like he thought it might. But I don't even know if he really tested the waters. It was so quick, and he never actually went in the portal. So yeah, he's open and available to have conversations with other schools, and we know that happens even before players go in the portal, especially when they've declared their intention to go into the portal like he did. But it was such a short period of time that it's hard to think, well, he looked at the options and said, no, Nebraska's a better one. So that kind of takes away from the argument that it was all about money and that 1890 came and made him a better offer, whatever, something he couldn't refuse. I've got to think that Holgerson, excuse me, really expressed to him his importance, and that had to have an impact on Emmett, and he probably came to some kind of realization too, based on the video that he posted on social media last night, that his work is not done here, and he has strong feelings for Nebraska that he wants to see through.
Mitch, what do you think is more important? Is it shoring up the running back room or shoring up the wide receiver room?
I think both of them are in okay shape right now. I think you're going to want to add to both of those spots in the portal, but I don't know that it's like you have to go out and get your headliners. Like I think Emmett Johnson and Dante Dowdell doing what they did in November can be a good 1-2 duo as long as they continue to improve, and as long as they have the benefit of a passing threat around them, which with Raiola they will. Mm-hmm. I think you have the makings of a good room there with those two. It was convoluted in the pre-Holgerson portion of this season, but once he came in and evaluated things, saw what Emmett Johnson could bring to the offense, saw what Dante Dowdell could bring to the offense, and I didn't feel like they really had roles before that. Okay, it was like put him in. Let's try this here. And then suddenly, in the last 2 to 3 games of the season, they had real roles that they filled. And it looks so much better and so much more in rhythm and so much more like a formidable, thunder and lightning duo that they can be. So I'm okay if like those are your top 2 backs and you add Jamarian Parker to the mix and you add Connor Booth to the mix. Parker being someone I think who has a unique skill set and can be a featured piece in Holgerson's offense, although he's not healthy right now, and we'll see what the situation with him is for the 2025 season. That's no guarantee, but when he's healthy eventually, then he's a good fit for that. And some of that may help Nebraska determine what it wants to do in the portal at the running back spot. At receiver, it's young and it's inexperienced, but you can start to go down that list. And this is if Nebraska gets everybody back. But there's some skill there, and there's a lot of skill there. There's some size, there's some speed. Yeah, I think they'll want to supplement it and get a player or two. That may be a bigger need than at running back if you're asking me to pick between the two of them. But I think they have the makings of good rooms, of good position groups at both receiver and running back. It's just a matter of fitting the pieces the right way into the offense, which was something that Nebraska struggled to do for most of the 2024 season.
I don't know what your mentions or your interactions have been like, but it seems like, or it feels like there's a lot of folks who are upset that Nebraska got chosen for the Pinstripe Bowl in New York when, it was certainly on the table last week, and it was probably talked about more commonly than any other bowl game that Nebraska was up for, particularly after the Iowa loss. Has that been your impression that there are some folks who are like, man, I don't want to go to New York City. That's not a bowl destination.
Well, we could probably have a longer conversation about that and the feelings of Nebraskans and Nebraska fans in general about New York. But I'm cool with New York. I like New York. Yeah, New York's a great town. It's a great town around the holidays, and the problem is it's so expensive. And if you're looking for a bowl destination that brings the heat and brings the warmth, and you want a beach or 70 or 80 degree weather, well, obviously you're not going to get that. But it's better than Detroit. It's better than most cold weather environments, I think, or any other cold weather environment, maybe. The players are going to get to go to Radio City Music Hall, and they're going to go to the New York Stock Exchange and the 9/11 Museum and like there's a lot to like about New York. It's not the ideal time. Like cost wise, it's brutal. Like you're going to pay 2 to 2.5 times as much to travel there if you're taking a flight and trying to get a hotel in comparison to just about any other bowl destination. So I think that probably is the number one factor that's causing Nebraska fans to have some regret about this. But it was the Nebraska loss to Iowa and then the Michigan victory against Ohio State. Those are the two things that pretty much cemented it. I mean, a week ago, it was basically pinstripe, and then everything else was a small likelihood.
Mitch, Scott Frost going to UCF. I'm curious, when he got fired a couple of years ago, did you think that he was going to be a head coach again? And if so, if the answer was no, I wonder what you make of this, because I mean, by the point that we got to Saturday or Sunday when it came official, it was like, yeah, this makes sense. But I definitely didn't think that he'd be a head coach again a couple of years ago.
No, not without working his way back up. And he was an analyst or served in a role with the Rams this year, but that's not the path that I thought he would be able to take to get back to being certainly a Power 4 head coach in college football.
Yeah.
But it's different at UCF. Like it's a unique situation. And UCF doesn't care what happened at Nebraska. Like they know Scott Frost is the guy who went 13-0 in 2017. And that's the last Scott Frost that they paid attention to. And like if he had issues at Nebraska, that's not UCF's concern. Like they're expecting to get the guy that they had 7 years ago. So it's probably the one place where he could have landed in the way that he did. I don't know that there's not another power conference school that would have been confident in the way that UCF is in hiring him yesterday, or Saturday. So from that standpoint, no. I mean, if you'd have said, "Hey, UCF's going to have an opening," I might have thought, well, okay, maybe that one would work in relation to other openings out there.
If you had to put money on it, would it be on he'll do really well there, he'll do modestly well there, he won't do well there?
I think he'll do modestly well. It's so different than Nebraska, and it's hard. And he's going to have learned things from Nebraska too. It's hard to see the failures that occurred under Frost in Lincoln and say, all right, hey, that's going to translate to UCF. I'm more inclined to say, like, the success that he had at UCF is a better indicator of how it will go this time, but it's the Big 12, not the AAC. And it's a different time in college football, but he, like anybody else, I think he's going to learn from things that happened, and he'll be better prepared to handle NIL and the portal and coaching in a power league. And you still have a lot of the things that worked in his favor at UCF in 2016 and 2017. A lot of those things are still in place. He still has that fertile ground in Florida. And, I think he just faces less pressure and some of the external forces that you just could never get rid of in Nebraska. They don't exist at UCF. And those are things that helped him in his first stint there, and I think will help him again. So yeah, I think he'll have success. It's not, like he made his joke was legitimately funny yesterday about don't expect us to go undefeated, and that was maybe a side of him that we didn't see too often at Nebraska, and just like the comfort level that he has and bringing his family. It's a different time in his life, and it's a different time for the people around him. But it was, I felt good for him that he could have that level of that he seemed at ease in doing what he did out there on the stage yesterday, and I do think that he'll have some success there.
Mitch Sherman, The Athletic. As far as I can tell, no one else entered the portal while you were on, so I think we're good. But
okay,
I stand to be corrected because these things do move quickly.
Keep an eye on. We'll continue to keep an eye on things.
Please do. Thanks, Mitch.
Right.
Thank you, Mitch.
Thanks.
My bet would be, and I get it, he's more comfortable. He's not in as much in the under the microscope. The Nebraska bubble doesn't exist. But he had a quote yesterday in his press conference, Scott Frost. He said, you can't have culture without discipline and accountability. And the first thing I thought of was he talking about his players or himself?
I know. That's what I thought too. That quote made me laugh.
And then, now that is a direct criticism. This isn't so much a criticism as it is an observation. I never got the impression that Scott Frost was happy with the new world order of college athletics.
No.
The NIL, the transfer portal, all of that
and
stuff.
now it's even worse, right? From his point of view, it's worse.
It is. Well, my it is worse.
Yeah.
It's insane right now.
And they're in a power league.
And they are in a power league. And those are fundamental things where, and I'm not saying people can't change their mind on things, they can't adapt to new ways of doing things, but it just never felt like he was comfortable adapting to that. And I think you have to be able to do that. Now, again, he has the right, as everyone else does, to change their tune on these things. But then I also go back to what was said many, many times behind closed doors by some of the people that followed him from Orlando to Lincoln. And that is, we caught lightning in a bottle. When they were at Central Florida, they caught lightning in a bottle. And, you know, that kind of implied to me that we got lucky. And maybe Scott Frost will get lucky again. I don't know. But there's that. And then finally, there's the fact that it's hard to run it back again. Whether you're a player who's coming back for a second tour of duty, but especially for a coach.
Dude,
it rarely does well.
We talked about it with Mac Brown within the last couple weeks, right? Like, his was solid, but he never even reached the heights of the first time. If I were to guess, and I'm trying to think of eras of various football programs that are comparable, I would guess, and this isn't so much one of the options, he'll have like a Bill Callahan type run there. Sub 500 sometimes, above 500 other times. Maybe he wins whatever a division is. But I don't think he's a good head coach. You know, like I've been a little surprised, I guess, by the reaction of like, I haven't seen a whole lot of, they're about to go undefeated again. I don't think anybody around here believes it.
No one's.
But I'm a little surprised that some people are like, I think he's going to be good there. I'm like, okay, you and I are way different because I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can.
There's a lot of things working against him.
What does he coach 6 full seasons, and one of them he went above 500? And like that was an awesome year, right? 13-0, but I mean, come on.
But lightning in a bottle.
Yeah.
And he's not inheriting that kind of team.
No. And they're in a better conference now.
And they are in a better conference.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're now playing Big 12 schools. They're not playing AAC schools. I mean, if you can, salute to him. Congratulations. And I do give him credit. I mean, he mentioned his press conference yesterday that I don't remember the exact line, but it had something to do about while you're climbing the coaching ladder, they never tell you to stop on the rung
when you're happy. It's a great point, man.
It is a great point. I mean, Mac has said this many times, you know, you can't happy is undefeated.
People are always chasing the next thing.
Right.
You know, sometimes happiness and maybe knowing where you are at your best is okay.
Right. And maybe this is it for him. And maybe and it certainly could be. But man, there's a lot of things. There's a lot of things in his past and in history in general that are working against him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Colby says, Frost admitted he didn't want to be here and he didn't give his all to the program. I'm not rooting for his downfall or rise, but I don't get the warm and fuzzies over the story. Sorry. I mean,
I don't either.
I understand the warm and fuzzy. I don't have them. I still understand that people care because he played and he's one of us. Like, I get it. I don't agree, but I get it. Like, you know, I don't know. No thanks.
But you know, folks
I'm
still
not
kind of
root against him though.
Folks are still looking at it through rose-colored glasses.
Of course. Again,
they're still looking at it through but
I said it earlier, you know, like there are people who are like, I just don't understand why it didn't work. And it's like, okay, if you say that, you're admitting that you just don't want to believe all of it.
No,
like,
you don't want
to believe what your eyes told.
Spilled out there.
Yeah. You see Michael's video?
Michael got us all in trouble because he spilled the drink on all of this.
T, John.
On
He spelled the
camera.
T.
But if you, I mean, also just like watch the team, like they weren't a disciplined football team. They had a lot of
No.
issues,
He was not a hard worker. And if you want to succeed at this level, you have to work hard.
Yeah, and you said
have
it to start to go all the way back to the beginning of this conversation after Mitch. College football is in a different place now.
Yes.
I mean, we're seeing Matt Rule struggle to adapt.
Yes.
Matt Rule was really good at multiple stops, including one in a power league, and he is having trouble adapting. If he's having trouble, Nick Saban left the sport because he didn't like where it was going. Nick Saban, man, he's the best.
Drunk Butker on Twitter, who is a happy guy today because Chiefs won again, just dropped something in our Twitter inbox. A new comic has just dropped, and the Return of Scott Frost comic has been recolored
UCF
into UCF
edition.
colors, and it's written by San Diego Knight and illustrated by Mike Bianchi of the Orlando.
Nice. Oh, that's perfect. Great work, Mike. Great work. John writes, I'd rather have Frost than, this is the John that I was telling you about earlier, than Coach Rule. John, you're an idiot. You're an
What?
idiot. Yeah.
Oh, that's a troll.
Yeah, he definitely is.
Anybody who thinks that
I'd rather be
has
an idiot.
never, ever, ever watched football.
Yeah.
Anybody who thinks that. has
I'd rather
watched
never
football.
go to a bowl game than go to a bowl game. Oh, okay. Andy, then you're an idiot, John. Nice.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. I know a winner when I see one. He ain't one.
No.
Not as head coach.
Nope.
We continue.
Then why are you a Cubs fan?
Oh,
It has nothing to do with what is what?
he was talking about the winner thing.
Yeah, you say you know a winner when you see one.
So he's saying, why are you a Cubs fan? Because they're losers. I think that is what he was saying.
When I picked the Cubs, I had no idea what their history was. Imagine how boring life would be if everyone just rooted for the winners. You can't.
It's true.
That's sad.
Sad.
Go Rockies.
Yeah. Why? You knew that the Rockies sucked.
Yeah, I still picked them.
Nick,
And you
you're also
still
a
picked
loser.
them. All right. The basketball and the volleyball were good this weekend. Well, some of it was.
Yeah. On the floor, yes.
On the floor, yes. Off
For
the
some of
floor,
it, yeah.
not as much.
Not so much, yeah.
We've got that and more coming up. 16:20 The Zone.
KD writes on the JTech Construction Zone Twitter feed, the terminally online Nebraska crowd are some of the dumbest fans around. I don't know how you wake up and say, yeah, Frost is awesome. I miss him.
He said, "We're not saying that." This person.
Yeah,
said
I
that.
didn't say that. That was KD.
KD,
But I'm
said
laughing
that.
at it.
Yeah, it's very funny.
It is funny.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Sadly, many online fans of many teams are many dumb.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And that's kind of how it works because they don't necessarily edit out the silliness or the stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
So the weekend started very interestingly for both basketball teams over the weekend. Nebraska was in the process of getting trucked by Michigan State.
Yikes.
And around the same time that game started, the news came out that Pop Isaacs was done for the season with the hip injury and the surgery another surgery that will be required in addition to the one he had in the offseason. So his season came to an abrupt end.
And this wasn't on, I guess I don't want to put you in a bad spot in case you knew. This was not on a lot of people's radars. I had no idea.
This wasn't on a radar. Apparently it started leaking out Friday night.
Okay.
I didn't even hear about it until Saturday morning.
Yeah.
And then it was shortly thereafter it was confirmed.
Brutal.
That it was happening.
And I'd forgotten about the off-season surgery.
Yeah.
And so that still recovering.
And while Creighton ended up beating UNLV and strangely enough had its best shooting day of the season while doing it without the guy who's been leading them in scoring in the last 3, 4, 5 games. Certainly it's going to require a lot of adjusting. Talking to Mac after the game on our post-game show, we posed the question because one of the things Pop gave you was a secondary ball handler. And now, more of that pressure goes on Stephen Ashworth right now.
Yeah.
And thank God he's been able to play through the ankle injury and has not been as terribly affected as you might expect. But, yeah, he is the one guy that can be on the ball right now. And you don't have as good a secondary ball handler. Jemiah Neal ended up playing arguably the best game of his career, college career, by scoring 19 points, 9 rebounds, 9 assists, 4 blocks, and was hugely important just for the energy that he brings and the ability for him to get out and transition and run. I mean, when you see Creighton pushing the tempo, 9 times out of the 10, either the first guy with the ball or the second guy with the ball in those situations is Jemiah Neal because he is so quick and he is so intuitive and sudden with his decisions where it's like when he's got it in his head, I'm going to the basket. There's no hesitation. But, you're going to have challenges now. And you saw it in the first, 12 or so minutes of the game on Saturday, just how difficult it was at times for that offense to get anything going. Fortunately, they got some threes early on from Isaac Trout that opened things up a bit, but it took a little bit for that offense to really kind of get into a good flow. Once it did, it flowed very well. I mean, they shot 70-some odd % in the second half, so that wasn't the problem.
Yeah.
But, now teams are going to have the ability to scheme even more against Creighton because they don't have that secondary ball handler. So the challenges are going to be steep coming up. And, of course, schedule doesn't get any easier. Alabama's coming up this weekend, and then after that, it's right into the
conference slate.
Teeth of the Big East schedule.
TH says Fedor Zugic will save us. What about that? Any word?
Nope. None.
Yeah, I said it.
I think that's part of the hope is that he could – I would say – as far as like a timeline is concerned,
yeah, what are we thinking?
Let's see if we don't have anything by the end of this month. I think the odds of him coming back are really long.
Well, yeah, by that point too, you're also 2 months into the season.
Sure,
and you have 2
and
months
keep
left.
in mind, even if he were made eligible today, there's an adjustment period that comes with that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we can think of there's been other players in recent years who have gained eligibility mid-season-ish There was Denzel Mahoney 5 years ago. There was Alex AOC
Mm-hmm.
4 years ago.
Wow, has it already been 4 years?
Maybe it has been 4. I think
Good Lord.
3 or 4 sounds right.
Yeah.
And it took time for guys to kind of get used to that, and there was an adjustment period there.
Sure.
So there would be an adjustment period with that. Certainly he'll help. He would help. He would help tremendously. But we don't know if that's option is logically on the table.
Yeah, and for the record, I said what I did earlier, and I put it on the list. It is there that they will not make it to the NCAA tournament this year. I said it because it already seemed like this team was going to struggle. They already have struggled, and I know that they have regained their form. They beat Kansas, who then lost again this weekend to Missouri, but just don't seem to be as good as they have been in recent years. And you wondered how every piece was meshing together. And so to lose a scorer like this, to lose a ball handler like this, to lose, I don't like using the term alpha a lot, John, but like to lose a player like him, like on the floor, I think is going to be really tough, really tough.
And then, as far as, Nebraska is concerned, how much does last Saturday throw them off? They'll be back in action on Friday on Fox. Fox Friday Hoops now starts.
Yeah, cool.
Against Indiana.
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a chance to show off for the national TV audience.
Yeah, definitely.
On Big Fox.
And at the very least, a chance to play a whole lot better than you played on Saturday. That was gross. That was a disgusting performance.
Yeah, the interesting thing was Fred Hoiberg apparently said after the game that he kind of saw this coming from the practices earlier that week, which makes you wonder, was it, maybe guys were getting too full of themselves because they had played really well, obviously, against Creighton, and then they
put up, 90 points, 100 points? Like,
Yeah.
they had some good games, back to back to back.
They smoked the team from Florida and just, were
too high off their own supply.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. Or it's just, hey, first game in the Big Ten, you're playing Tom Izzo.
Well, the wild
Good
part,
luck.
too, was, they finished the first half really well. What did they make it, a 7 or an 8 point game? And I mean, there was that stat early on in the second half where it's like they've been outscored whatever to 5 or something ridiculous. I mean, it looked like the yardage discrepancy yesterday between the 49ers and the Bears, in terms of how bad it was. And it was just yuck. It was a really gross game. Really gross game.
I guess the thing I will hesitate even on this moment on December 9th to make any bold long-term proclamations about either of these teams. This has been a very interesting year in college basketball. Just as we've had some stuff go against the grain in college football, I think the new world order of things has really shaken up the college basketball world too. I mean, we're seeing teams, Kansas looked like a world beater. Then they run into Creighton, and then 2 in a row.
Yeah.
I mean, they turned the ball over 22 times yesterday against Missouri, which is insane. We saw Creighton look like they were on their deathbed. Then they beat Kansas. We've seen programs take it on the chin and then come back in the next game and do just fine. And I think it's going to take a little bit of time to really settle in. But this looks to me to be a pretty wide open year in terms of like the number of teams that can contend. And it could be a real interesting year when it comes to breaking down who's going to get into the tournament or not, because the Big East certainly hasn't played as strong as they normally have.
No, they've gotten off to a rough start.
But the ACC just got throttled by the SEC this past week. So it's been an odd year. And I think a lot of the turmoil in college sports has had a lot to do with it.
Yeah, and I mean, I know you already mentioned the Big East, but given how UConn has started, and now they have the game coming up. Is that the Friday night game too against Gonzaga, or is that a Saturday game? They have Gonzaga later this week. At some point this week, they're playing Gonzaga.
Yeah, they're playing Gonzaga. I think it's Saturday night they're playing Gonzaga. But then UConn dominated Texas yesterday on the road. Just smacked the crap out of them. So again, it's been an interesting year so far.
Yeah.
And it just got even more interesting.
Basketball.
Especially for Creighton.
Basketball, Nick.
Basketball.
Are you working for Providence again this year?
If they want me.
Nice. Are you going to dress up like a friar this year?
I didn't find the costume last time.
I don't think you looked very
Also,
hard.
John never got me a quarter zip.
That's true. Oh, that's right.
That was the deal.
yeah.
But you never dressed up like a friar.
Well, I needed the quarter zip first.
What came first?
You
The
can't-
dressing up like a friar or the quarter zip?
Friars don't dress in quarter zips.
Excellent
They
point.
dress
No,
like friars.
But your producer dresses in quarter zips if he would have more than two.
But you were going to dress up as a friar, and then you didn't.
Yeah, for a quarter zip. You see how that works? It's an exchange.
Right. But you didn't dress up as the friar. I needed the friar first before the quarter zip.
I don't trust you to.
I don't trust you. And obviously my trust was proven because you didn't dress up as a friar.
The Trust Boys.
You can join our VIP club and sign up for 1620, the email,
Oh.
and be the first to know all of our exciting content that's coming on 1620 The Zone.
Like the Zone vlog, which is now live, but if you were already a subscriber, you had access to 1620 The Vegas Vlog 2, the sequel.
All weekend.
Yep.
If you were in the email, you got it Friday instead of having to wait for today.
I've watched half of it, Nick. I'm going to finish it. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow.
Nice.
I'm very much enjoying it. John is making an appearance. Look at John taking a nice big sip of his drink.
That
A
was
mean
while I was-
person could edit this photo, Nick.
That's why I was, yeah, but that would be dumb and
It'd
irresponsible.
be kind of funny.
Do you like the thumbnail on that one?
That's gross and disgusting. I can't believe you do that. Besides, I was celebrating the point that I had won my bet.
Yep.
Because the Ravens covered and
Rats.
I got the over on the rushing yards.
You did.
Hit that sucker in the third quarter, man. I
You
was so
did.
thrilled.
Yep.
Stupid Chargers.
Damn it.
That was sad.
All right. Speaking of the NFL,
Cream team.
we're going to add to the cream team.
Nice.
And we have some scarlet. Yes, we've changed the scarlet and the cream to talk about the NFL.
Why don't you ever make a Scarlet team graphic, Nick? Maybe that could be your NFL one. It could be all the NFL Scarlet members.
The Scarlet's the bad one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'm just trying to think.
Okay.
I don't know why we'd want to glorify bad people.
I mean, we talk about you every day.
Wow.
1620 The Zone. Yeah.
You guys change things. You don't tell me what we're doing. Suddenly, this cream team as non-Nebraska players.
Why is that true?
I didn't know if you were going to put the cream team at a different time.
Why
because
don't you
it's
just play the
NFL.
fired up for football theme while you're at it? Why do that now?
You guys
It's a
don't
lot
tell me
skinny.
anything. I never know what's going on.
We never said that it was coming in this segment, though.
You
I
said
just-
it was coming.
I said it was coming up.
It always
know,
happens
why-
in the happy hour.
You
I
know
didn't know if
what?
it was
Play
different
what's for
now.
dinner. Play what's for dinner.
Why
That's
didn't
coming
you
up, too.
ask us?
He just wanted to hear the song again.
That's
fun
fine.
song.
We'll do it next. We'll do it next segment.
We'll do it in the happy hour.
I wanted to read this comment from Theo,
Oh, boy.
who says that.
Wait, we've had enough psychotics in the damn chat. Now we're bringing Theo
Wait.
in?
It's
is
from
like-
it's from Jimmy.
Oh yeah,
Jimmy.
Jimmy.
Oh.
Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah.
Retweet Wing Wednesday, and you can win wings. Theo writes, Rule has tentacles deep into Husker podcasts and radio, unlike Frost's hands-off style. I don't know what that has to do with anything.
It has nothing
But
to
John,
do with anything.
I'm ready to confirm it. Yes. Matt Rule texts all of us and gives us our talking points on a daily basis.
With his tentacles.
I've been waiting to say
Yes,
it.
he texted me personally and said, you should text and say that I panicked when I fired my offensive coordinator and hired some guy who'd never been here before.
Nice.
He texted me and said, "Go Hawks."
No, he did
He
not.
said, "Between you and me, go Hawks."
Don't say that, Nick.
Yeah, don't say
Don't
that.
say that. Play the cream team open again.
Yeah, please.
Just kidding. We're doing it next segment.
Uh,
Oh, what great stat is this? Where's mid-ass Nebraska at? Oh, there they are. Mid as always.
well, they're in the middle. I forgot to circle it, but this is
Mid
from
right there.
Parker
Oh.
Fleming, Stats O War. It's the
Friend of the girl.
it's the chart of the most efficient defenses and the most efficient offenses, and the goal is to be up and to the right. The further to the right you are, it means you play the better defense, and the further up you are, the better offense you play. And if you just it's got all the teams in major college football, Power 5 and G5, all across the middle of this chart. And when you look at it, you would say
Scott Frost never did that, John.
you would say that Nebraska's in the upper 25%.
Let's say upper 33 for sure.
or
but
upper
yeah.
30%.
Is that you talking or is that Matt Rule's tentacles talking?
It's Matt Rule's tentacles talking.
He's puppeting John right now.
But when you look at it from
Ah.
a defensive perspective, Nebraska's EPA on defense is definitely in the top 30.
Interesting. Tony White, good.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But even on
I
offense,
always hated him. I'm glad he's gone.
even on offense,
Mid.
I
Mid.
would say, yeah, but it's probably still in the top 60.
Michigan's above them, John. Michigan. You watch their offense. Their offense was horrible.
Yeah, it was.
Look at that. They're worse than Michigan, and you called them overrated every week all year.
Well, they were.
Yeah.
They sucked.
Well, they're barely better than Nebraska.
But I mean, the point is, again,
Max, we are one of the best mid teams. Yep.
yes, that's really what it's saying.
Best
is
of the
Nebraska is
mid.
one of the best mid teams.
Yeah, sadly. Sadly.
This is one reason I'm glad that we're not going to really be here the week of the bowl game, because the temptation.
Merry Christmas.
The temptation is going to be to try to break down the bowl game in the same way as a regular season game. There's no way you can do that.
No, of course not. Not with
Because
all the
there's-
players gone.
This is the first. I mean, think about it. This is the first bowl Nebraska has played in the NIL portal opt-out era,
Yeah.
and we haven't even heard about who the opt-outs are going to be in this bowl game, and there probably will be.
There's a
'Cause
weird.
you got some seniors on that team who could end up being drafted.
Mhm.
That this
Big
game,
ass tie? Is
this
Big ass tie
game-
going to play?
This game isn't going to help their draft stock.
Big ass tie going to play, Nick?
There's a weird irony to all of this. The last time Nebraska was in a bowl game, arguably, and I know this is arguable, Bulls mattered,
Yeah, they didn't, but yeah.
and now they matter less.
Well, it is the funniest
Except
part.
for within the program.
It is funny. Like we spend all this time saying they got to do it. 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 And then the game happens and it's like, this is stupid. Nobody wants to be there, But this is where you sleep now. This is the neighborhood that
Mhm.
Nebraska is in. And look, even if they were in a slightly better neighborhood for bowl games, it's the same stuff. Now there are more games that matter in the postseason than there were a year ago. But college football has reached a point where if you're in the playoff, you want to be there. If you're not in the playoff, expect opt-outs. And so, yeah, you're right. This is the first time Nebraska's played in a bowl game in the opt-out era. The last time they were in a bowl game, that was the year when Leonard Fournette and Christian McCaffrey opted out. and people lost their minds.
And people were losing their minds. They thought, this is crazy. Why would you do this? You're hurting your career. Pro scouts aren't going to look favorably on this. And it turned out the opposite
nobody cares.
was true.
Yeah, and so think about that. Those guys are good. They are, I mean, one of them's a Hall of Famer for sure in Derrick Henry. Christian McCaffrey's had a wonderful career for a couple of different teams. They've been really good. But like when those types of players opt out, we don't bat an eye. Now it's like everybody else too. Again, big ass Ty. Let's keep an eye on Ty Robinson.
Yeah.
You know, is he going to play? Like on one hand, he's been wanting this for his entire career. So like, yeah, it makes sense to play. On the other hand,
you got to think about your future.
Do you really want to screw your career up because you're playing at a baseball stadium? Think about it from that perspective. A few days after Christmas, when it's really cold. Like,
I mean, these games, these it's sad to say, but these games mean more for the extra practices and the thought of being in them, not the actual being in them.
Yeah, Max says, I mean, I think there would be some care and excitement if we got that Music City slot against Missouri. Fun tripping against Missouri. Oh, boy. Yes, fandom-wise, yes, but player-wise, I think it'd be the same thing.
It would be the same thing.
Player-wise would be the exact same thing.
Yeah, it really, I mean, because none of the players on this team have any emotional attachment to a Missouri rivalry.
Yeah.
To them, Missouri and Boston College are pretty much the same thing.
I don't believe it. That's what fans would say. I don't believe it.
I don't believe it.
They don't care. I don't believe it. But yeah, none of the coaches do either, except for Ron Brown. You know, like seriously, nobody cares.
Yeah, exactly.
Nobody cares.
So, but it was fascinating to hear the complaining about going to New York.
Well, you know what?
We thought
why is this fascinating? It's $1 million. It's expensive. It makes sense why people don't want to. They don't want to go to a bowl game at a baseball stadium. People are bummed.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be, but just the idea of everyone wanted this. They wanted this, and we tried to warn them last week. This is probably where they're going to end up going.
Yeah, they wanted this. They just didn't want it to be this one. But beggars can't be choosers. There's
That's
a reason
right.
why we say that.
That's
but
right.
I get it. If you were like, yeah, I'm going to go to the bowl game if it's in Tampa, and then you find out it's in New York City, that's a little different. I'd understand being annoyed by it. But I also don't have coin to throw around to go to either trip, let alone New York City.
Exactly.
You know, anyone who I've heard from is like, yeah, I can't wait to go. I'm like, damn, you must be loaded if you can go to this bowl game. Because this ain't cheap. Flights aren't cheap. Hotels aren't cheap.
New York
tickets are
not
probably
cheap.
going to be cheap because who cares?
There's rats the size of Cocker Spaniels.
Exactly. And the subway system. You're going to have to ride a subway.
Oh,
There are Christmas lights everywhere.
There's going to be a lot of confused Nebraskans on the subway.
How many of the Nebraska?
Which way do I go? Bang, bang, bang,
How
bang,
many
bang.
of the Nebraska contingent that is going will actually ride the subways?
Yeah, I guess again, if you can afford it.
I'm thinking they're not.
Yeah.
Because they watch the news.
Nick, there's a tweet coming in from Mustache Adam. Matt Rule, the puppeteer. I want you to make a graphic on Canva of Matt Rule and then John just kind of sitting on him talking.
See if I can do something.
You know, with his hand.
Why does it have to be me? This is
You're
your
the
thing.
puppet. You're the puppet, John. He's the puppeteer.
I'm the one that was critical. You're the one that was, this is going to work great.
And it did. They beat Wisconsin. They beat Wisconsin.
They
and
beat Wisconsin.
Nary a hat nor a tomato as far as the eye can see.
Yeah.
Nary a hat nor a tomato.
Yeah, they beat Wisconsin.
Far as the eye.
How's Wisconsin doing?
Well, they lost, and so they finished 5-7. Tough look for them. First missed bowl game since basically the turn of the century.
Coming up next, now we'll do the Scarlet
and the Cream.
Because we've gotten this far and haven't even enjoyed the end of last night's game.
Amazing. Amazing.
So silly.
16-20
the zone. Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
It would be nice to have a boat.
Throw.
From your mom.
The happy hour is on the air. And it is a happy hour because the Bills have been slain. Taken out. All that cockiness. Oh, look at what we did to Frisco in the snow.
And the
And then,
Chiefs.
and then you come to LA where it's nice and warm and you melt under that hot California sun.
Also, the Dolphins won.
They did.
Raise your hands if your team won this weekend. Hey, my team hasn't lost
They have not lost
for
yet.
at least a few more hours.
They've not lost yet.
Ba-bum, ba-bum.
You're gonna let Slim Burrow beat you?
Probably. He's thrown 30 touchdowns this year. Versus only 5 picks. That's pretty good.
That is pretty.
Too bad his team sucks.
And then of course there was last night. Go ahead and bring up the video. Kudos to the NBC tech that always makes sure that those uprights are mic'd because it's I don't think it played as well here on our video as it did last night on my sound system, but it was
sounded
just
great.
Clong.
Yeah, you know what it reminded me of? Nick, keep the video up. Here, let's re-listen to the beginning of the dunk.
Indeed it was.
Maybe not.
It's just
Classic Chiefs. Classic Chiefs.
I told you Friday, devil magic.
Yeah, well, the Chargers covered, and that's all that matters for
Chiefs
predictions.
are running on devil
Chargers
magic.
covered, and that's all that matters for predictions.
Also,
it won't last. They will not be able to do this in January.
the announcer missed the boat. He should have called it the division doink, not the doink for the division.
I didn't really like that call.
That was bad.
He was like halfway through, and he realized, they won the division, and it doinked.
This
Well,
is gonna
I
be
mean,
for the
historic.
division.
You're not expecting a doink to win the division. I'm cutting Mike Tirico some slack.
Okay.
It was hilarious.
It was very funny.
It-
Of course they were going to win that way. Why would we expect anything different? The third down conversion was great. That third down throw that Mahomes had on that drive before the field goal, incredible. They won't get away with this in January, though. People can keep saying, "Ooh,
Don't say it. Don't say it,
said
man.
it.
Don't say it.
Hey, look what happened when they played an actual great team.
They
this
got
year.
they got away with it last year. Now, the only difference between this year and last year was last year they weren't fluking out wins. They were losing.
Correct.
They were losing,
Yeah, and that's
which
why they're
is
gonna
worse
lose.
than winning.
Well, not
Ask the Bills. They know.
Well, they'll find out in the playoffs.
Well, let's get to it. Now you can,
Nick, it's time.
now you can play it.
When you knock us down.
Smart ass.
NFL?
Apparently.
Let's get to it, John.
Let's start.
Whoa, double graphic.
Let's start with the Scarlet. This is the Scarlet and Cream. If you haven't been with us previously, after every Husker game on Monday, we would identify those things that are on the Scarlet. That's the red. That's bad. That's a red alert.
Red alert.
And then the Cream team, which are the good things. So these are the things that
Wow.
put us on alert. And we both agree on the first one. Kirk Cousins.
We agree on two of these things, man. Yeah, how about this?
Kirk Cousins. Do you know that he has thrown 8 interceptions and 0 touchdowns during this skid by Atlanta, which has now sent them tumbling down the NFC South standing?
Yeah, I was going to give you that stat too. They look bad. They get run off the field. They lose by 21. I know it was tied, right? Going in the fourth quarter yesterday. Not great. It has reached the point where they need to make a move.
It's Penix time.
They just spend so much money on him that they can't. That's why they're not doing it yet, because they have him locked up for more than this year. It's a long contract. The dead money would be spectacularly terrible.
I mean, it's just the decision making.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you throw interceptions, like in the case of Mahomes. They had the stat last night about how most of his interceptions have come on plays where he's been hit.
Mm-hmm.
So, it obviously affects the throw. With others, it might be, odd deflections or whatever, hard luck interceptions. These are not hard luck interceptions.
Yeah.
I mean, he's making terrible rookie level decisions.
The one that he had last week in a triple coverage, I still don't understand it. It was a horrible throw. He has no zip on his ball. That stat that came out last week where I think it was quarterbacks who have more than 20 throws in a game in the next gen era. It was the first time that one of them has never thrown at more than 30 miles per hour or something ridiculous. Just, he doesn't have the strength anymore, man. He can't get it.
The first one he threw yesterday.
Yeah.
Was perfectly covered. I mean, how do you not see the guy in purple?
Yeah, that's not
right.
great.
I mean, he's right there.
Yeah, and so
these are rookie level decisions.
So he doesn't have the strength and he's making bad decisions. Like two of the worst things you can have as a quarterback.
And all you need for the Falcons with that running game is a game manager.
Sure.
That's all you need.
Yeah.
I mean, granted, you always want to have a great playmaker at quarterback. But in this division, with that team, that running game, if you just had a game manager, you'd be just fine. You would not be in the mess you're in right now. You'd be comfortably leading the division. And you wouldn't be worried about now you're trailing the team that you beat in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
We both had
Yikes.
The Bills defense.
Dude, I mean, in all seriousness about the Bills, if you want to be concerned about their playoff chances, like that is the side of the ball to look at. And that they do have to put so much on the shoulders of Josh Allen, He is not in a system like Goff is. He is not in a system like Jalen Hurts is. He doesn't have the weapons even that a Lamar Jackson has. So much is relied upon with him. And so on the other side of the ball, they just need to do enough. But enough is not giving up 40 some odd points. And I know one of those touchdowns was on the blocked punt. But man, that defense
they only made the Rams punt really once. I mean, I know they punted at the very end of the game, but that killed the clock. The Rams punted one time.
They carved them up.
The Rams were the worst third down conversion team in the NFL, and they went 6 for their first 7. And what was the final number? 10 out of 14 or some ridiculous number.
Yeah.
They could not get the Rams off the field. And part of the reason was they couldn't get any pressure. Rams have given up sacks this year.
Yeah, they couldn't get to him.
They never got to Matthew Stafford, not once.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're playing that zone defense that Matthew Stafford just says, please, feed me more zone and give me time.
Not great.
It carved them up.
Yeah.
My next one is Kyler Murray.
Yikes.
This was a team that was in first place.
Yep.
They looked like they were playing really good football. And now Kyler Murray he's not Kirk Cousins level, but stop me if you've heard this before. End of the season is nearing, and Kyler
nice, great reference.
Kyler Murray is fading.
Yeah.
He's fading.
Doesn't look good. It's crazy. So 2 Sundays ago, we were in Vegas, and that was the first now of 2 losses in 3 weeks to the Seahawks. And he had some horrible mistakes in that game. He had some horrible mistakes in yesterday's game too.
And
So I'll give you the AFC West was my third and final before you get to the Chiefs defense. 9 straight years. That's bad. This is a decade long of scarlet for that division. And it's December 9th.
It's the inferior coaching.
Is that what? No, it's not that. Chargers next year, baby. Put it on the list. But in all seriousness,
what?
They'll win the division. The Chargers.
I thought they were winning the division this year.
Yeah,
well,
thought it was
year
going to turn
one.
it around.
It was year one.
The excuses are happening already.
They're going to the playoffs, Nick. But that's a crazy amount of time. 9 years. This is, you made fun of the NFC or the AFC East for years about Brady. I think you need to start doing that for the AFC West too. Start talking trash about that garbage division.
It is a garbage division. I mean, you got Harbaugh.
No,
you got
he's a
Visor Boy, and whatever the hell the Raiders are doing.
I got to bring my Michigan book so I can hold it up on the screen.
So you can continue to not read this thing for
Listen,
10 more years?
Nice, Nick.
Peter S. Pancake and his book about Michigan.
I love this bit.
The Chiefs' pass defense is also on the scarlet.
Mm.
Saw a stat from friend of the program, Aaron Schatz. First 6 weeks of the season, Chiefs pass defense was top 8 in the National Football League.
What is it now?
Do you know where they have been since then?
Bad. 28th.
28.
No, wait, really?
Yeah.
Holy crap. Go me.
Good guess.
Yeah. I just decided to add 20 to the
28.
previous number.
And yesterday they were controlling that game, and then in the second half, I mean, the Chargers did not have Ladd McConkey. I don't know if you know this about the Chargers. They don't have any other good receivers.
No. They have stone hands.
And they, and credit to, well, the new tight end they found, Smart.
Mm-hmm.
What do you have, 3 big catches?
Yeah, they were like, he has more catches in this game than he's had all season.
It's like,
Talk
where
about
did this
smart.
come from? And that's why the Chiefs blitz so much, because they're trying to get the ball. They're trying to force decisions quickly and get the ball out of the quarterback's hand to help their secondary, which took another hit yesterday, another injury back there. But the Chiefs pass defense, to your point about they're not going to be able to make this sustainable.
Of course not.
That's that pass defense that's going to be the Achilles heel.
They will not get away with it. Bayman writes, Josh, you sound like that there's no way Nebraska can keep losing this many one-score games like this. No, but they can't. Nebraska can. They always will. The Chiefs, this is unsustainable in professional football. No way. They won't make the Super Bowl. What about the cream?
Well, I'm changing the graphic.
Oh, there it is.
And now the cream team. Oh, and look, we agree again.
It's
Wow.
Gene Cream
Sam
time.
Darnold.
Sam, don't
It's
call me
cream in your
Arnold
jeans.
Darnold.
No, Rick, you need to say something different. Something on your own.
You're gonna cream.
Sam Darnold, 347 yards, 28 attempts, 5 touchdowns. He did not have, according to Pro Football Focus, a single play that was considered turnover worthy
He played great.
in yesterday's game. First time that's happened for him since week 8. Third time it's happened for him all season. Also, he was throwing the ball down the field. 10.4 yard average depth of target was the third highest in the NFL this week. 13 passes of his were for at least 10 air yards, and he completed 10 of those for 256 yards and 4 touchdowns. All of that to say, this was not a sideways pass to Jefferson, who then takes it 50 yards to the house. No, they were going deep constantly. And I've talked about this with Mike Schaefer many times. What is it about the Vikings? He asked me this. What is it about the Vikings? Why don't people respect them? And the answer has always been Sam Darnold. It's not their defense. It's certainly not their weapons. And I don't even think, though for some, it's probably going to be because they're Minnesota, they're never going to win. For me, it's been Sam Darnold. A day like yesterday, in a conference that suddenly does seem a little bit more open than we thought it was. Lions are super banged up, especially on defense. The Eagles played with their food against the Panthers. You know, they've already beaten the Packers. Why can't it be the Vikings? If they're going to actually make a run, it would be because of Sam Darnold.
Well, I think part of the reason why the Vikings aren't getting as much of the attention is because the Lions are.
Definitely.
I think that's part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen plenty of the Vikings this year. I have never felt down on Sam Darnold since he's been in the lineup and playing.
Yeah.
As he is every week, he's gone out and said, you know what? This guy's not losing them football games. He's winning them football games. Most touchdown passes by any Viking quarterback since Dante Culpepper. 20 years ago.
Wow.
Yeah, I believe in the Vikings. I've believed in the Vikings since they started, 4, 5, 6-0, whatever. I believed in the Vikings.
Yeah.
And I believe in Sam Darnold. And yes, they could be that team if the Lions, whether the injuries catch up to them or Dan Campbell's risk strategy catches up with them. If the Eagles...
They played the Lions really tough
do
earlier
the
this
Eagles
year.
thing, the Vikings are in great position to be that team that steals away the NFC Championship because they were the most consistent.
Yeah, I'd love to know in terms of tiebreakers. So we know that the Vikings have lost to the Lions, and they have also lost to your Rams. The Lions have lost to the Buccaneers. And so in theory, if the Vikings were able to beat them, I wonder if they both won out and then the Vikings won, I wonder if they'd own the tiebreaker there. Or if, because it would be a little more convoluted. It would be, record against division would essentially be the same, be 5-1 for both of them. Record versus the conference would be the same. They'd have 2 losses. So it would have to come down to some strength of schedule component.
I don't know.
I'm going to play with the math here. That sounds kind of fun.
Obviously, the superior member of the cream team this week is Puka MF Nakua. What a game.
Yeah, he's pretty good.
I don't think those are his middle initials.
Well, they should be because that's what all the Bills fans were yelling the whole game long.
Bills are good.
12 catches, 162 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 rushing, game clincher at the end. And that catch on the sideline. And I'm telling you, folks, and I know a lot of you haven't seen a lot of the Rams because you don't have my direct TV Sunday ticket. But he has 1 catch every game where he's laying out or he's toe tapping the sideline. And the one he had yesterday, probably his best of the year. Just incredible, given the body control where the ball was coming in. And how he clearly got 2 toes. I mean, it was one of those things where the Rams hurried to get up to the line because they thought, oh, this might be challenged. And
it wasn't. Because we all saw, holy crap, he caught it.
And McDermott was like, nope, he caught it. Didn't he? I was yelling, please throw the flag, throw the flag. I wanted him to lose the challenge and the timeout. But it was pretty clear that
great catch.
He did it. It was amazing. So
he's awesome.
Yes. Puka MF Nakua.
Adam writes, interesting that the NFC West leading Seahawks aren't on here. They are not, Adam, but I have given the whole division the race for the NFC West.
Why give credit to one sad sack, pathetic franchise?
That one of us picked them to win the division.
That
shout out to me.
That blew an opportunity because of their own hubris and stupidity to win back-to-back Super Bowls.
Okay.
Instead, just handed one to Tom Brady
This
again.
is about this year, not 10 years ago. But this
race,
but
it's just in general. They stole the 12th man moniker from Texas A&M,
yeah.
a poor, college from down south, that has no money whatsoever.
Nice.
Plus, they have burnt coffee and they throw fish at each other.
Nice.
It's just a sad, sad organization.
But you look at it, the AFC East, that division's done. The AFC West, that division is done. Don't care about the AFC South, spare me. AFC North, I mean, certainly the Steelers are in the driver's seat there. NFC East, same with the Eagles.
Yeah.
NFC South, no offense, but yikes. The NFC North is obviously interesting, but this is the division that is going down to the wire. 8-5 is the best record, and then your Rams at 7-6. Seahawks are best, by the way. And then the Cards and the Niners are both 6-7. Like, this division, barring Lions Vikings being for the 1 seed, this division will probably give us the Sunday night, Week 18 NBC game.
Yeah, and it'll probably be like the year the Seahawks and the Rams played on Sunday night, and they were both 7 and 8.
That was a mid game. It was a mid off. By the way, it is the Seahawks and the Rams this year.
7 and 8.
So we could get that in Week 18. But I love this division. All of the games are interesting. I love watching these teams. Like, sometimes the teams, you're like, wow, that team is good. They could be a pain in the ass in the playoffs. And then other times you watch, you're like, wow, this division is garbage. And that's what makes it fun. I like watching AFC West or NFC West games. They're a blast.
Well, I mean,
and the 49ers are such an interesting wrench to the whole thing.
You've got some superlatives. I mean, you saw yesterday when the Rams are clicking on offense how good it can look. With Seattle, you've got, if Geno's having a really good game, the defense is decent.
Yeah.
The running game, Charbonnet had a huge game yesterday. They're a balanced team.
Mm-hmm.
With Arizona, Kyler Murray is going to do something to pull something out of his ass if he's not throwing interceptions, but he's going to run.
Video game.
Right. And then, of course, 49ers have the most raw talent, but
they stink.
They've gone through issues and injuries
People
and
don't
whatnot.
forget.
So, yeah, it is. It's very entertaining.
Ooh, Chance writes, NFC West equals NFL Maction. That's fun. It's a fun comparison.
Yeah.
Will writes, wasn't that blocked by Cooper Kupp at the end a ridiculous hold? Interesting, John.
No, it was not a ridiculous hold.
Interesting,
Again,
John.
Bills fans, it's funny how Bills fans are complaining about the refs.
No, this Will says not a Bills fan, but.
Sure. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was a hold.
Nice.
Sure. Yeah, just like it was a roughing the passer. I don't want to hear any more about the NFL refs protecting Mahomes and the Chiefs. They were openly protecting Josh Allen and the Bills. The fix was in. It was 19 versus 11.
This is pretty crazy. You were tweeting during a game. Normally you're quiet during games, and that got you out. You pulled out your phone and said, tweet, tweet, tweet.
Yeah, I just tweeted BS because it was a BS call.
I saw the tweet.
Garbage.
I was like, I thought John didn't tweet during games. What's happened to him?
I will say the NFC North. That's on the cream team.
That's a hell of a division.
That's a great division.
That's awesome.
You've got 3 Super Bowl caliber teams in that division, and
the Bears.
And I would not want to play any of them right now. I would not want to play any of them right now.
No, that sounds like a bad time.
And then I put one more. Well, you've got one more. I've got one more. And just as I crapped on the Chiefs in the Scarlet.
Yeah, what's this?
The Chiefs' 4-minute offense.
Oh, 4 minutes. I was like 4 million. I was trying to figure out what that meant.
4-minute offense.
Okay. Yeah, it was a great drive.
The drive at the end of the game, it was at first I was thinking, okay, they're going to try to get down the field, get a touchdown, right? Get 2-point conversion, go up by 7 points.
Nope.
No, they
will take the exact right amount of time.
Methodically moved the ball down the field, got the 3rd down conversion, made the Chargers use all of their timeouts.
Go Chargers.
It was executed perfectly, and they've done this all season.
They have.
And this is why I'm not going as hard in the paint as you are about the Chiefs.
Because you're afraid of their fans.
I'm
not afraid of you Chiefs fans.
No, I am. Are you kidding? I was crapping on Chiefs fans long before you were.
Babies.
The reason why I still think I can trust the Chiefs in the postseason is they're like, I don't know if this is a good comparison because I'm not a distance runner like you are. But knowing just how much to exert at the right time.
John, that's a great comparison. Yes.
It's not about, hey, I've got to go as hard as I can the whole time. They know just enough to exert at the right time.
Mm-hmm.
And last night was a perfect example of that.
They're very good at pacing. They definitely are.
Where they just know, okay, this is what we have to do right now. We're going to do what it takes to win the football game. That is a great 4-minute offense. And when you think about it, it's almost the perfect 4-minute offense, especially now that you've got Pacheco back in the rotation because he's their best running back. You've got Mahomes, the maestro. You've got Kelsey, who just finds ways to get open. And then, of course, you've added Hopkins with the giant hands. Look at these hands.
Look at these hands.
And they just know how to make it possible. I get it. This is the flukiest, weirdest run I've ever seen in history. This takes the Tebow Broncos run from whatever it was, 15 years ago. It takes that and multiplies it tenfold. I've never seen anything like this. Yes, some of it is wild, crazy, stupid luck.
Yeah.
But it's
Devil
also
magic.
that the Chiefs know what to do like a good distance run. They know how to pace themselves, and they know when to turn it on at the right moment. And they did it again last night.
Mike Stibbs has a few comments for us.
I bet he does.
In our YouTube chat.
I'm sure he does.
First of all,
by the way, Stibbs, I'm not saying this because I like it. I do admire it.
Andy Reid's tentacles are puppeting John.
Nick, let's see if you can find this one. Stibbs says, "Where's the John, you're an idiot" drop? And then he follows with, "Yeah, totally. They definitely don't want to win that game by 30. I roll. They're lucky and trash and will lose to the Broncos in the playoffs, and I can't wait." And then he says, "Okay,
they might.
Now we fight."
They might.
John, you're an idiot.
God, I love that. John, you're an idiot.
They might. But
John,
you're an idiot. But you're an idiot if you don't trust them. Because like last year, I was the idiot. I thought, nope, they're done. They're not. And then what did they do?
I told you until the Super Bowl. Then I picked the 49ers like a big dumb idiot. But I'm going to be right this time. They're losing in the playoffs. My final member of the cream team for today. Let's give it up to Aaron Rodgers, John. 339 passing yards.
All the superlatives yesterday, and you put Aaron Rodgers on
The
here?
first time since 2021 that Aaron Rodgers has thrown for more than 300
You're
yards.
not supposed to use the cream team for sarcasm.
That's awesome. Great job, Aaron.
Oh, boo.
Man, the Jets have been so good this year. The Hall of Famer, Aaron Rodgers. Did you know
soured the cream?
that was the first time that he has thrown for more than 300 yards since December 12th, 2021? That is insane.
I mean, I will give him
know he
credit
missed
for
a whole
this.
year.
He was asked again because the Jets have extended their streak of being the longest team in any major professional sport, male or female, to not be in the playoffs. And someone asked him about that.
Oh, what did he say?
And he basically said, well, I was only here for one of those years, so I can't really speak to it.
Nice.
And he was right about that. It was a
Nice.
dumb question to ask.
Nice.
Aaron, you can't believe you soured
300
the cream.
yards. 300 yards. Great job.
And they lost.
I know. They suck, man. They are horrible.
Just like that guy who became the
Go Chargers.
The first quarterback since Otto Graham to have 3 passing and 3 rushing touchdowns in the same
that
game.
wasn't this weekend.
Yes, it was.
That doesn't sound like
that was Josh Allen.
No, but he did that last weekend. This one. Oh, wait, my bad. I thought you read the other stat. The last week he had the catch.
No. Josh Allen had 3
he was
passing
good.
and 3 rushing touchdowns.
He was
Only
good.
player to do it in a regular season game. The only other player to ever do it was Otto Graham in the 1954 NFL
Moonlight
Championship.
Graham.
But you know what the difference is between Josh Allen and Otto Graham?
What?
Otto Graham won, and he won a championship.
They'll win the Super Bowl. They'll be fine.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to lose before you can win. People forget the Chiefs lost in December last year.
I don't forget.
Yeah. Nice, Nick. So do you have our great graphic for us?
I've been in the lab. Look what I've cooked. I've cooked many things.
I can't see it. Where is it?
Yeah, where is it?
Oh, look at this great graphic.
Can't believe you soiled it by putting Aaron, and you put him front down there where you can see
But he's
him.
so tiny.
Yeah, but you can see him, and he stands out in green.
Shout out to
Gross.
Steve. I'm happy that he got my Terrence Mann impression. Saw what? That's from Field of Dreams, Nick.
I also
Moonlight Graham.
I've also
You saw it. Saw what?
I made this.
Oh no! But do you have a puppet one?
I couldn't find a
Oh
good.
my gosh!
Yeah.
Look at Puppeteer. Look at Tentacle Rule. That's good, Nick.
Thank you.
Great
now,
job
we
by
just
Nick.
have tentacle rule here whenever we
Whenever
want.
we have to give an opinion that seems a little too complimentary of Nebraska, Nick can throw this opinion or this picture of Matt Rule on the screen.
Unbelievable.
Great job by you, Nick Grimm.
Thank you.
Great work.
And you see here, I have him caressing John's face.
Nice.
I couldn't find a good angle of John and Matt Rule for like a puppeting thing, but I could make it caress John's face.
Gross.
Nice.
This is wrong.
Compliment
Very,
me.
very wrong.
Compliment me, John.
This is very wrong.
Say good things about me, John.
Here's what I'll say that's complimentary. You're not Scott Frost.
Nice. Hard to argue with that.
It is hard to argue with that.
Hard to argue. That's what we should call this whole show. Hard to
Probably what
argue.
you should. 16-20 the zone. We talked earlier about the conversation coming out of the playoff selection. We didn't really talk about the matchups themselves. Outside of the fact that it is a 12-team playoff, first time ever, home games, blah, blah, blah. Do the matchups excite you? Just the matchups?
Not all of them. I think. So do you have the matchups on the screen right now?
Well, I have. This is the K Ford
playoff odds.
This is what his playoff odds are. But you'll have Ohio State hosting Tennessee.
I think that game is awesome. I think that game is super interesting. I mean, you can go macro and talk about Brian Day. You can go micro and talk about
where's Lou Holtz?
How is the offensive line of Notre Dame or Ohio State rather going to hold up against the defensive line of Tennessee? Like, I think this is super interesting, and I know we've had a lot of fun with it. But South going north in December, I think is interesting. So I love that game.
No, if you think about it, it's not that far north.
It's not.
Tennessee.
It's really not. This is not Florida. You're right, going up to Ohio. That game is my number one. My number two is the Friday night game, is Notre Dame hosting Indiana. They have not played since 1991, correct? And that was the opener, which here's a fun little piece of trivia. So that was the first ever game in the new contract for Notre Dame that was on NBC.
Mm-hmm.
And so they will now be playing, Indiana will, at Notre Dame in their first game that is not on NBC since 1990. In this game, it'll be on ESPN and ABC, a home game in South Bend. That game is awesome. These teams don't play very often. They used to play a lot. Indiana's only won, once in the history of it. So, like, for that state, this has to be pretty cool.
Well, and it'll be a huge narrative game because a lot of people are going to look to Indiana. They're going to look at SMU.
Correct.
As two power conference schools that folks are wondering if they're really actually worthy.
Correct.
Of being in.
And so that leads into my third.
Mainly because of their schedules.
Yeah, and that's the game I'm third most excited about is the Penn State SMU game. Talk about a team that is filled with narratives. Penn State, the bracket is your oyster. You have SMU, and then you have Boise, if you're able to win.
Mm-hmm.
A year ago, those two teams were group of 5 teams. A year later, one of them is still a group of 5 team. And you get the other one of them at home, and that's SMU. And I think SMU's been really good. Like that performance on Saturday to come back like they did was great. I think that game is interesting. The one I'm least excited about is Texas Clemson. Partly, I just don't know if it's going to be like a very pleasing game to the eye. I don't think that Texas's offense is bad, man. Like they're loaded with talent, but they got a problem when they play good teams. They can't score. I think that they'll be fine in this game. So yeah, I am really excited. Like there's a world where the matchups were just a little bit different if certain results go, the way that they didn't this past weekend. And maybe I'm a little bit more excited, but no, I mean, I think the Tennessee-Ohio State game, and that's been prognosticated for a couple weeks now. That one is awesome. Like, I think that could be a really, really great football game. And it's super interesting, again, from all the big picture standpoints of, like, what's going to happen with Ohio State after this week, what's going to happen with Tennessee. Can Tennessee, whose offense was scoring 1 million points in the early part of the year, can they find themselves again, And just that we're getting home playoff games. Like, I can't wait to see what that looks like on that Friday and then Saturday.
Yeah, you're going to have, and then if you extrapolate it out to the next round, certainly everyone's going to be, well, not everyone, but Big Ten folks will be soiling themselves because of the
Oregon,
potential
Ohio State.
of Ohio or Oregon, Ohio State in the Rose Bowl.
There's a part of me that thinks Tennessee is going to ruin people's plans.
They could.
And make it and face off against Oregon.
But then you go from what could be not a great matchup to the eye to either Texas or Clemson playing Arizona State.
Mm-hmm. And that Scatterboot, given what he's been able to do this year, and that Texas defensive line, I think that would be a really fun matchup, a really interesting matchup at the very least.
I would be very curious to see if SMU were to beat Penn State, what the ratings would be like for Boise and SMU, because those are two teams that don't bring in a lot of eyeballs.
And I can't remember what game is that. The Boise, they're at that's the Fiesta Bowl, right? So that is the New Year's Eve game. So that game's already going to have a lower audience.
Yeah.
And for those who don't know, the quarters, which is what we're talking about right now. So the Fiesta Bowl is where Boise is at. That is New Year's Eve night. Arizona State is at the Peach Bowl, which is New Year's Day at noon. Oregon's obviously at the Rose. That's at 4. And then Georgia's at the Sugar Bowl, which is New Year's night, 7:45.
And if that's against Notre Dame, certainly you have two good
Oh,
brands
God.
there.
Yeah, so a couple
By
things.
the way, we were mentioning it just for those of you listening on the radio, the K-Ford numbers that we have up here. According to his metrics, Texas right now with a slight edge over Notre Dame in terms of winning it all, 20% chance. And this is based on, who you might play in the bracket.
Yeah.
Notre Dame 19, Ohio State 16, Georgia 14, and yes, the number 1 seed Oregon just 12%.
Well, they're in a
but they have a theoretically they have a tougher draw.
They have a tougher draw than Penn State does, which is, I know that there's been a lot of talk about that over the last 24 hours and why this format is only going to last 2 years, and whether they expand it or not, the number 1 seed will not. They'll not get screwed over like this in the future because the seeding is going to be straight 1 through 12.
Yeah.
It's not going to be like this.
I heard Sark, and he had a good point. He said, we have conference championship tournaments in basketball, but the winner of the Big 12 tournament isn't guaranteed a top seed in the NCAA basketball tournament.
That's what they need.
It's all. I mean, you can be guaranteed a spot in the field, but the seeding should be based on who you
Your
think
actual
is
merits.
best.
Yeah.
Versus, nope, we're just going to move these 4 teams ahead because they won their conference.
I mean, think about it. Oregon, they won the league. They finished with the 1 seed, and their reward is either Ohio State or Tennessee. Meanwhile, the team that lost, they have a home game, and so they have to win an extra game. No one's arguing that. And then after that, if they do that, they get Boise. And no shade to Boise. But if I am Oregon, I would rather have the Penn State path than the current path that they have. What I'm curious about, a couple things. We mentioned the news earlier about Carson Beck and his elbow, and
I'm waiting for the announcement, by the way, by the playoff committee that they've dropped Georgia out of the playoff.
Bama's in.
A la Florida State.
I've already thought that they were ripe for the picking this whole season, and that Notre Dame Georgia matchup, if Notre Dame gets by Indiana, I think Notre Dame is going to beat them. I think Notre Dame could go to the national championship game. I really like their path.
It's a good path.
Yeah.
They got a great coach.
They do. He's played really well. Dude, I'm serious.
And of all of these teams in the field, I mean, you make the argument that behind Oregon, they're playing the best football right now.
I would make that argument. They have been awesome for 2 months. They slipped up. Well,
They slipped
2.5 months.
They slipped up in September.
They slipped up 2 months or 3 months ago. And since then, they have been wrecking teams. And I know that they have not been challenged as hard as, they didn't have to play in Ohio State. They didn't have to play in Oregon. They didn't have to play Tennessee. They didn't have to play Georgia. I know they didn't have to. But when they played teams, they just whooped them. And there was never a doubt. And they had to play weird teams like Navy and Army who do different stuff, and they whooped them.
Mm-hmm.
And then they got some takeaways versus USC, and they ran them off the field. They are good. And the Georgia of this year is not the Georgia of a few years ago. And if their quarterback is hurt, it's going to be a problem. They'll have a great home field advantage. Georgia will down there in the Sugar Bowl, but I think Notre Dame's going to have a shot. I'm looking at Tom Fornelli's bracket right now. He has the Final Four of Texas, Oregon, Penn State, and Notre Dame, and I think I agree with him. I think that's what I like to happen as well. And my early lean right now is Oregon, but man, I will say this: if Ohio State gets by Tennessee, I certainly would not be surprised if they went on a run. They're just so talented, and they don't have to play Michigan. If you put Michigan in the first round, they maybe lose, but they don't have to play Michigan. That Tennessee game is going to be interesting.
Kool-Aid Steve, before we go to break and bring on content. Hi, Steve.
How we doing, guys?
Steve, what's going on, man?
Lovely.
Well, I just, I'm a little bit out of the loop up here in the middle of nowhere. I just wondered how many consultants we're going to hire before next year. And is the old offensive coordinator now the tight ends coach?
For now, yes.
For now. Did he take a pay cut?
We don't know. Have not heard.
That still bugs me. Well, you guys will like this. I was fishing about 3 weeks ago on Lewis and Clark, which is by Yankton.
Yeah.
Really cold in the morning. We get out there. It's like 25 degrees. Warms up a little bit. Fish aren't biting, and we go up to another part of the lake. And lake's about 30 miles long, something like that, if you get all the way up in there. And we pull up, and there's 8 boats in this little bitty area. And I'm thinking, well, God, these guys got to be on fish if everybody's that close together. We fish for like 30 minutes. Nobody's talking. Nobody's catching a fish. No bites. So I stand up and I start raising hell with them about, what the hell? You guys don't know what you're doing. We figured we came all this way, saw these boats. Do you guys have any idea what you're doing or not? And the one old guy said, well, I ain't seen you catch one either. And I said, well, no, I came in here specifically because I figured you guys knew what the hell you were doing. Well, where were you fishing at? So I told them. Well, then this boat motors around and comes right up to our boat, which you don't normally do, right? And my partner, who's like 75, he's like, what is this guy doing? I said, I don't know, but I'm about ready to say something. And he turned the motor off, and he kind of slid up to us, and he stands up and he goes, is your name Steve? And I'm thinking, okay, where did I get into a confrontation with this guy?
Oh,
right?
boy.
And does he have a gun in his boat? And I didn't say it. And finally I said, yeah, my name's Steve. And he said, you're Kool-Aid Steve from 1620 The Zone, aren't you? and I just started laughing. I said, yeah, that's me. He goes, I knew it. As soon as you started talking and yelling, I knew your voice. And I told my buddy, he goes, that's the guy from the radio that's always giving him shit.
Oh, Steve, you did it again.
You did it again. We won't ban you for any length of time.
Nope, we banned him again. Just kidding.
What are you talking about? Nick Saban literally dropped 2 S-bombs.
Did he really?
Oh, in like 5 minutes on
show?
Saturday. On game day. But that's a good story, Steve.
Yeah, well, yeah. Shout out to us, and shout out to you.
Hey, why aren't these fish biting?
Man, people really do not like that Satterfield hasn't gotten a pay cut yet. He's going to get a pay cut if he stays. I don't think he's going to stay, though.
We always like to know what people are making.
We do.
And speaking of that, Juan Soto.
Oh, I was going to say,
will be making a lot more than Marcus Satterfield. That and more in content next on 1620 The Zone.
Look, I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
Unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Content.
It is content, unsportsmanlike content.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yes.
what's your biggest takeaway from the Juan Soto Mets record 15-year, $765 million contract?
Well, the fact that Steve Cohen finally did flash his cash in terms of his baseball team. But Buster Olney tweeted this out this morning from ESPN. Juan Soto got $305 million more than Shohei did a year ago in present-day value of his deal. Incredible. Incredible how
What's
much
that
this...
noise?
It's just me. It's my...
It's a surprise noise, Nick.
Oh.
I mean, I knew he was going to get paid, but that much? When you put it in these terms...
Yeah.
It is crazy how, these salaries continue to escalate, but it's what the market is demanding. Now, will Juan Soto actually fulfill the length of the terms of the deal? Hell no.
That's a long time.
Ain't never happening.
John, you'll be in your
I'll be dead.
almost 70 by then.
Oh, you won't be dead, John.
Just almost dead.
You're just going to be old as hell.
Yeah.
But I'll know this much.
I love college football.
The
Give me
Mets,
some tapioca.
the Mets will still not win a World Series.
Can I have a Werther, please? The thing that I always think about, John, when I see these massive contracts is just how fans in general are going to respond when an athlete is making $100 million a year, because we're getting very, very close to that happening. It's going to happen in the NBA first, more than Major League Baseball or more than the NFL. And I'm just curious as to how fans are going to react to that, because that like give and take relationship between fans and athletes as the salaries skyrocket, I think can get worse. Jealousy, anger, performance based.
But it's also that it's a lot more expensive to go to games anymore.
Sure.
It used to be that baseball was the most affordable game to go to just simply because there was so much tonnage. Now it's expensive to go to a baseball game, even if it's
boring still.
No,
It is not boring.
you're boring.
Oh, sorry.
But and so I understand it. I do. Because of the expensive salaries, you're paying more to go to the games. So I don't know if people have as negative a response just simply because we're being conditioned for it already.
This is confusing to me mostly because this is saying that Juan Soto is as good or better than Ohtani, which is incredibly wrong.
Nick,
He's better.
Who's the highest paid quarterback right now?
I don't know who is.
Dak.
Dak Prescott.
It's just how it is. It's when you sign the contract.
Yeah, it's exactly.
It's always about just who has it, who has signed it most recently.
And Soto is a better consistent hitter than Ohtani is.
Not a good outfielder, though.
Yeah, he stinks in the outfield.
You know who's worse at outfield? Shohei.
Well, he doesn't play outfield.
Ah!
He's a pitcher,
He's
John.
a pitcher, John.
Well, we'll see about that.
And a hitter.
Mm.
The Chiefs won on a walk-off field goal last
Did
night.
they?
And now sit at 12-1. They have the best record in the NFL, but the 11th best point differential. They are third in the division in this metric, and they have 4 fewer losses than the next team in their division. And because of John's Rams, they're once again up by 2 games over the Bills and Steelers in the win-loss column. Are they going to be the number 1 overall seed in the AFC?
It's hard to imagine them getting caught now. I mean, the thing is, their schedule moving forward is still
tougher than the Bills.
It is. We talked about it with Mitch Holtis last week. So they started this last night started the stretch of a game with 4 opponents that are probably going to be in the playoffs, if not will be in the playoffs. And then the Browns. And the Browns are sneaky tough, as we have seen in recent weeks. They are at Cleveland this week. Then it's Houston, then at Pittsburgh, at Denver. So they have 3 road games in their final 4. I would still bet on them being the 1 seed now, because they would need to lose twice, and the Bills would have to win out, and the Bills still have the Lions this week, and that's also a road game. So I would very much bet on it being the Chiefs now as the 1 seed.
It's strong. It's a strong lean to the Chiefs, but if the Bills get past Detroit this weekend, then I would be happy to reevaluate the situation.
Yeah.
But I think it does. I think it leans heavily on the Bills beating the Lions, because after that, it's nothing but the AFC least.
Yeah.
And even even with that sad sack defense that got just dog walked the whole day long by the LA Rams, I think they could slow down the Jets and the Dolphins and the Patriots.
And maybe what you hope for too is that the weird schedule gets them, because they're going to play Sunday, Saturday, Wednesday.
Yeah.
Now over the next couple of weeks, so you hope that gets to them too. If you're rooting against the Chiefs, which I don't know if anyone in our audience roots against them.
But if you're a red-blooded American,
is Greg Sankey in charge of that schedule? I mean, Sankey
all those
screwed
road
the,
games.
He screwed the
So
Bulldogs,
many
and now
road
he's
games.
screwing the Chiefs.
Greg Kirby Smart, Mitch Holtis, handshake meme complaining about schedules.
Sam, don't call me Arnold Darnold, threw 5 touchdown passes yesterday in Minnesota's win over Kirk Cousins and the Falcons. The Vikings are now 11-2, which is the same record as the Eagles and just one back of the 12-1 Lions. Do we need to put some respect on the Vikings' name?
We mentioned this earlier in the Scarlet and the Cream. Yes. I think the Vikings are that team. There's always a team. There's always a team that goes into the playoffs that is there poised to strike if the favorites do something silly to stumble. And in the NFC, yes, you could see a crazy Dan Campbell call going the wrong way, or the injuries finally catching up. You could see the Eagles, who played with their food yesterday against the Panthers, stumbling. And Minnesota's that team that could jump in there and say, surprise! And it wouldn't be a surprise in my view. I think Minnesota is a good football team that's playing really well right now.
So I went and did the playoff machine stuff, and all I did was pick Lions to win out and the Vikings to win out, and then the Vikings to win week 18. And in that scenario, not picking any other game because I wasn't going to do this on a 4 weeks to go thing. The Lions would still have the 1 seed in that scenario. So they're going to need a little bit of help. Do we need to put respect on their names? Absolutely. They've been playing some great football, and they can do it in a myriad of ways. And that's the thing. Like, at this time of year, you want a team that can do it different, week to week. The Chiefs are winning all these weird low-scoring games, but they can win a high-scoring game as well. You know, and the Vikings, we've seen that. They're not perfect. Like, they struggled with the Jags not that long ago. They played with their food with some of those AFC South teams. But their ceiling is pretty high because they have, like, if they don't have the best receiver 1-2 combo in the league, like, it's certainly up there. It's at worst like third. I don't know. It's an incredible group of players, though. Yes, I know. Your guys are pretty good, too.
Hmm?
It's your guys, it's the Eagles and the Vikings in terms of the top 2 receiver combos that I would want to have in some order. Kupp and Puka.
I as much as I love Puka and Cooper Kupp,
want Jordan
I would take
or
Minnesota's
Justin Jefferson.
pair.
Yeah,
I would take Minnesota's pair
because you get the best
They're
receiver
amazing.
in the NFL and then a really good second.
They are amazing.
Yeah.
We start a new streak of NBA questions and content.
But why, Nick? No
isn't-
one asked for this.
I don't know.
You write these.
I do write these.
You could skip this question.
I could absolutely skip this question.
You have the power.
Today isn't really a question, though, so
Oh.
I'm not going to skip it.
All right.
It's more of a, did you see this? Did you hear about this?
That's a question.
Doug McDermott. Remember Doug McDermott?
I do.
He made 6 threes in the final quarter last night for the Kings.
Kessler there to contest it. One more to Ellis. One more to McDermott. He's made 3 in a row. He hasn't even hit the iron yet.
Oh, my gosh.
McDermott looking to relocate. Crawford, one more. There he is. Oh, Dougie buckets.
Oh, my goodness. Doug McDermott getting his feet set. Yeah, if I were Keon Ellis, too, and everybody on the floor right
And an imperfect result. But another opportunity. Is it 6?
Oh!
It's raining threes again. Doug McDermott going nuts.
I'm happy you said it. That was the first thing that I thought of when I watched that video earlier today. It's not Doug Buckets. It's Doug McBuckets, you idiot.
It's Dougie McBuckets.
Come on, Mark Jones.
Dougie McBuckets.
Mark Jones.
By the way,
Nice.
did you know that he is one of only 3 other Sacramento players to make 6 threes in a single quarter, and one of the other 3,
Peja Stojakovic,
is his former high school teammate Harrison Barnes.
Is the other one Peja Stojakovic?
No, it's Keegan Murray and is Omri Kasevich? Caspi? CasspI?
Well, that's a bummer. I figured it'd be Peja.
But I thought it was pretty cool that
Hated
2
the
guys
Kings
from
in 02.
Ames High School are
that's
in
pretty sweet.
the record book for the Sacramento Kings.
You know, one of the few bets I won while we were at Vegas was me picking the Nets over the Kings.
Yeah, you mentioned on the vlog that you're an NBA fan now.
Go Nets.
Wow, you freak.
Talks between North Carolina and Bill Belichick are still ongoing according to ESPN sources. Meanwhile, the portal is now officially open and Tulane's John Summerall says he's going to stay at Tulane. What's North Carolina doing?
Excellent question, Nick. I don't know. I have an article saved that I will read tonight or tomorrow before the show from The Athletic about like what in the world's happening in North Carolina. It seems really, really strange. Really strange.
The problem is you have just enough influential people.
Yeah.
And remember, the people who run college athletics aren't necessarily the smartest people in the room who get stars in their eyes because they, oh, it's Bill Belichick. It's Bill Belichick. It's Bill Belichick. Did you know his dad coached
Don't
here?
yawn.
Oh, and here's a picture of 3-year-old Bill Belichick sitting in the stands.
I don't care
Oh,
about
look
Bill
at this.
Belichick. They had cameras back then?
Yes, they had cameras back then.
Look at that, honey. That's a camera.
Did he invent a hoodie just so he could cut the sleeves off of it when he was a kid?
Pretty much.
I don't know.
Pretty much.
Give me one non-playoff bowl game that you're excited for.
Can I answer the Pro Bowl?
No, John.
No, John.
Because I'm literally not looking forward to any of these.
None of these games. What about Rutgers and Kansas State?
Sure. Yeah.
It's the day after Christmas.
Not even Nebraska. Boston College.
Boston College. I don't believe it.
They're playing in Yankee Stadium, John.
They have no
at the
idea.
bottom
They
of
have
that
no idea who's going
pile.
to play in this game.
You can't tell me you're not excited for
Boston College. I don't believe it.
Nice.
I mean, are we going to get Dylan, joining us via satellite from Miami during this game?
Yeah, you can join the Manning Cast version of the game.
Oh,
What about
that'd be
John?
fun.
I'll give you some other games. What about Oklahoma versus Navy?
No.
in the Navy.
I thought you were a troops boy.
Yeah, I
I
thought you
am.
supported our sailors.
What about this? The Pop-Tarts Bowl, which I know you hate fun, but it's Iowa State versus Miami.
That will be
That
fun.
could have been a playoff game.
And the winner gets to choose which Pop-Tart they sacrifice.
What about BYU Colorado? The battle of two Big 12 teams that didn't play in the regular season.
When is the Pop-Tart Bowl? The third?
No, it's the day of the Nebraska game. It's after the Nebraska game.
Oh, fun.
You'll watch Nebraska and then go right into the Pop-Tarts. Michigan Bama is fun. Helmet matchup. I think that's always cool. Yeah, I'll be honest.
But
It'll be on as
Alabama won't
background
try.
noise. I will have the volume down and a book in hand for most of these games. And sometimes I'll have basketball on because I'll have to watch basketball.
Well, speaking of, Nick.
Again?
Excited? Check out Saturday's slate of college basketball games in a new
What?
segment we call for basketball.
Thank you, Nick. What? Why?
Listen, look at these games on Saturday. Of course, Creighton and Alabama will have it here on the
Oh,
zone.
that'll probably be a bad game.
You got Louisville, Kentucky, rivalry game.
Don't care.
Good programs. Xavier, Cincinnati, crosstown rivalry. Tennessee, Illinois.
Is that just a battle for the color orange?
Gonzaga, Utah, UConn.
Why are there no rankings next to any of these
Why
games?
are we all having trouble speaking today?
Yeah, great question, Nick. Oklahoma State, Bedlam on the basketball floor. No, I'm happy we don't do Fired Up for basketball.
We should, because this is a
No.
great schedule. This is an A+
Warhorse
schedule.
would not want to sully their great name by getting fired up for hoops in December.
Boy,
It's fired up for hoops.
There's nothing else going on Saturday.
Also,
Yeah,
that
except,
doesn't.
except for America's game.
Interesting.
Except for America's game.
What about a great book in your hand?
Fired up for football is fun because of the alliteration. Fired up for basketball just sounds dumb.
Yep. Great take, Nick.
Well, maybe we could rename it. We could call it Bounced Up for basketball.
You could call it, what if you did something H related, not
Oh.
over,
Oh.
but
Ah.
like something for hoops.
Designated Hitler.
Pokey for hoops.
Nope.
Okay.
The Bengals are 5.5-point road favorites tonight in Dallas. Do they get it done?
Yeah, but I kind of think Dallas might cover. Just to make me angry. Just to upset me a little bit. Hyped for hoops, says El Scorcho.
Did you see Brandon's?
Oh, God.
Don't read it out loud.
Oh, I'm sure it's great.
Wow. Yeah, and then there's a word that Kool-Aid Steve said earlier.
Yeah. All right, coming up.
Oh.
What's for dinner? 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up. And on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just like going out to eat.
All right, so real quick, there's a lot of comments coming in about the basketball segment. Now, a lot of them involve saying words that I don't know if I can. Nick, play the drop.
I don't have it at the ready.
Oh, sad. But it's a word that I don't know if I can really say on the radio, so I'm not going to. But it's a B word and then basketball. But how about this? There's a couple bummed out by basketball, says Jordan. Or from Kenneth, Unsportsmanlike Conduct has a basketball segment. That would be fun.
That's fun.
You're going to love this, John. Pot roast. I'm getting trolled by my wife.
With a tall glass of milk.
I hope not.
It was on the same thing.
Say it again, Nick.
Boner.
There you go. For basketball.
Boner.
For basketball. There you go.
Anyway.
It's about time.
Pot roast. I've
It's
had it
about
before.
time.
I'm going to say, honey, is this medium rare? 125 degrees, please, internally. Thank you.
Again, you're
love
you're so weird about this.
Oh, we got a basketball segment, says Chance.
You're so weird about this.
Why am I weird?
Because
I am normal. Also, it's a game
you are
day, and
not
I have to eat pot roast ahead of my favorite team's game. Man,
okay,
this is-
first of all, your team sucks. Who cares?
Hey, they're 5-7 in the hunt. In the hunt. In the
yeah,
hunt.
with about 15 other teams, still like 3 games back.
Hey, still in the hunt.
How
That's all
about
that matters?
How about ain't no chance? Ain't no chance.
I don't think they're going to make the playoffs, John. But
So enjoy the pot roast. You might enjoy it. You might actually like
My
it.
wife has commented, babe, it's a stupid take.
It is a stupid take.
Why am I getting shouted at by my wife in the YouTube
Because she's
comment
the one
section?
that's working hard on that meal.
I'm working right
and
now.
And you're pre-crapping on it.
No, I'm sure it's going to be great.
Yeah, stop pre-crapping everywhere.
What are you having?
Probably leftovers. I mean, the wife was very busy in the kitchen yesterday because it's that
Cheese!
It's that Christmas.
Woman,
No, it's that.
get in my kitchen!
It's that Christmas
And
season.
on the grill deck.
It's that Christmas season where she's making the peanut brittle and she's making the fudge and she's
nice.
And yesterday,
fudge is good. I like. Did she put walnuts in fudge or is it just
yeah,
straight
she
fudge?
did put walnuts in the fudge.
Why do people put walnuts in
Because
Christmas
nuts
fudge?
are good. They have texture. It's just like having crunchy peanut butter. It's delicious.
Nick?
So it's
walnuts.
probably
Put peanuts in
leftover enchilada casserole. I'm assuming. I don't know.
Nice.
We had
vodka
enchilada
sauce last night. It
casserole
was
last
awesome.
I don't know about tonight, but last night she made beef and broccoli, and I made the rice because I'm an expert at that.
Oh, we know that. Chance says, have Banks hump his pillow. Don't worry, he'll be humping. He always is.
Yeah, Banks is still humping.
Oh, yeah, he humped last night. We were trying to watch football. There he is going to
Do
town.
you ever stop him from humping? Or
Yeah,
you
we
just
say
like,
stop.
Does he
and
stop?
then he looks at us. Yeah, and then he goes back to doing it. Nothing's
Maybe-
going to happen,
They
Nick.
just scored him for humping.
No, that's what happens when you
Oh,
Humping for hoops.
humping for who?
Coming soon to a Wednesday segment near you.
Let's see. Tomorrow, Michael Bruns will join us, Steve
Nice.
Sipple, and he's
And?
added a new guest.
Jared Diamond.
What business is Mr. Diamond in, Nick?
The diamond business.
Yeah, so there was a story last week that we never got a chance to talk about, but baseball coming to Omaha in the Major League Variety. And we're going to talk to the author
I
of that
thought
story.
we shot that thing down. I thought Major League
It's
Baseball
back!
shot
It's
that
back!
thing down.
I'm going to go to every game. What will you be doing?
I guess we'll
I'm
see.
going to be there.
Yeah, will John be the voice of the Omaha Rays?
Sure, yeah, surely they can't be the Rays, right? Can they be the Wind? There's
The
more
Rays
wind
aren't
than Rays
moving
here.
to Omaha. They're going to stay in Tampa. They're
You
building
don't know
them a
that.
new
You haven't had a
stadium.
chance to talk to Diamond yet.
They're building them a new stadium.
It's
They're gonna
unreal.
be
You're
staying in
crapping all over
Tampa.
this segment before it's
Yeah,
even
but it's in a
happened.
different county.
Bye.
Bye.